don't like. Listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what's the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
really gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
Oh my goodness. Welcome to Stanley versus the world, folks. Looks like I forgot to share the video to start off the show. But no, never mind. While I am sharing it out, we'll just go ahead and do the commercial. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to this show, we need you to subscribe. Now, you may not like it. Sometimes it's bitter medicine, but a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. So, yeah, this show isn't quite like Mary Poppins, but hey, you know, it's not for kids, but subscribe anyway. Support the show by supporting the host. I mentioned yesterday that I pretty much canceled my subscription to the Washington Post because I'm just sick and tired of commercials. You know, they're the only, the Washington Examiner does the same thing where, you know, if it's not like an above the fold story, you have to listen to some commercial before you actually get to the story. And I hate to cancel the Washington Examiner, but I may have to switch it out. There's another conservative newspaper in DC, and I can't think of the name of it off the top. Washington Times. I may actually, you know, because I'm not gonna pay a subscription to a newspaper and be subjected to commercials. Too many newspapers don't do that. So anyway, and I would subscribe to the Wall Street Journal, but it's so fucking expensive. I'm not paying that money. It's actually more expensive than the New York Times and the Washington Post, I think, combined. But anyway, no, never you mind. Let's see what else. The theme of the show is kind of young people, I guess. What maybe millennials are thinking. Not that I care that much, but you know, gotta give the people what they want. So this video is about why women are remaining unmarried. And when I read the title, it made me laugh because I thought of a bunch of old YNs and just YouTube males in general, all these red pill idiots. So the title of this video is "Marriage Rates Are Dropping in the US Because Women Aren't Settling for Losers." It made me laugh. So we got to watch it. And I noticed CM is live. Speaking of losers. So I threw that in there for Mariah. So, hey, Wale, how you doing? So Mariah, Richard, CKJ3, welcome aboard. Let's get this show started.
Welcome to another Hysteria video. I'm Erin Ryan, and joining me today is friend of Hysteria. She's an author. She's a journalist. Liz Plank, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm really glad you're here because I came across this report in Planet Money this week.
Yeah.
And I was like, I really want to talk about this. And you know who should talk about it with me? Liz Plank.
Great.
So I'm so glad you're here. Okay. So the headline is,
Yeah.
first of all, this is like a great like curiosity gap headline because it has the word mystery American marriage mystery films cap, figure out what's going on. So the article is about how marriage rates in America are dropping in the US because there aren't enough men who are good enough to marry, basically. But here's where I found it really interesting. College educated women get married in very high percentages still. The percentage of college age women who are getting married has not decreased despite an overall decrease in marriage rates in the US. However, because women outnumber men in college, they're running out of college educated men to marry. So what the college educated women are doing is marrying men without college degrees who are higher earning. So like guys who went to trade school, electricians, plumbers, like entrepreneurs, people who just don't have degrees. So what that leaves women without college degrees with are men who are not high earners and losers in some cases, slim pickings. So what I find super interesting about this is,
well, what I'm going to say is losers. I mean, I guess I'm kind of a social Darwinist or low-level social Darwinist. It is not hard. And again, to me, it comes down to parenting. I think parenting is America's biggest problem, bar none. Race is a problem. Politics is a problem. All kinds of things are problems. The environment's a problem. But the biggest problem, number one problem in the United States, is how we parent our kids. And I don't care about single motherhood or single fatherhood or anything like that. Even a single parent, and I know this from personal experience, even a single parent can be thoughtful about their parenting and compensate where the weaknesses are. In my case, I wound up moving back to Georgia mainly because I preferred to be nearer to my family. The only reason I stayed in Virginia was because my wife's family was up in Virginia nearby. Once she died, you know what? I need help. And I need my son to be raised the cross way. and the only way you're going to be raised the cross way is to be nearer the crosses. We have our standards as a family, and my wife's didn't necessarily share those standards. Not that that's a bad thing, but we have our way of how our kids are raised. My brother has a child. My sister has 3. I had 1. We raise our kids a specific way, with high standards and, enforced values if need be. They'll learn. You instill those values. We'll use the word instill instead of enforce. It just kind of sounds better. But we don't do that. We don't do what everybody else does. We have higher standards. So anyway, the losers that she's talking about, it's on them. I don't feel sorry. Now sometimes things befall you, illness or accidents or something like that. Of course. But if you are willingly a loser because you're a slacker or something like that, well, the women who go to college or, are successful entrepreneurs or whatever, they get their pick of the litter. And a man who is a high value man, be he a physicist, like some high level NASA physicist, or some high level, electrician who owns a company, they're going to pick, the best woman they can find. And those of us who fall by the wayside, as my father used to say, if you fall by the wayside, and you fall by the wayside willingly, oh well, whatever's left over, you don't get the pick of your litter, of the litter.
Is that conventional conservative wisdom, like trad wife wisdom, is don't go to college or you're going to girl boss too hard and you're going to end up dying alone with your cats, right?
Yeah.
But actually, women who have gone to college are reaching down and stealing the men. Not you know what I'm saying? Like they're the ones getting married at high rates. And so the analysis was like, if we're interested in increasing the marriage rate in the US, we need to increase the number of marriageable men.
Yeah.
So, Liz, you've written an entire book about men and masculinity. This is kind of like the sandbox you play in.
Yeah.
What stood out to you about this analysis? What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I like the way that it's framed. I think that very often we frame this problem as a woman's problem. If you go on a certain side of the internet, women's standards are too high. Women just need to make, sort of deal with men the way that they are, even if they're untherapized.
Sound familiar? I hear this a lot in the Black manosphere spaces and the manosphere adjacent spaces like Sharon or Nightish, or pick a space and they will basically have a version of women are the problem. They need to accept the bus driver. And there's nothing wrong with bus drivers, but you know what? If you don't want a bus driver, dear, don't pick a bus driver. It's up to the bus driver to be attractive, not the woman to be attracted to the bus driver. That's what a lot of these fucking old YNs can't seem to fathom. You got to be attractive, one way or the other. Women don't owe you pussy, basically.
And sometimes abusive. I mean, we know the Republicans are literally trying to end no-fault divorce, right? So even if a man is actively hurting you, that you should be staying in that marriage, or you should be interested in a marriage with a man like that. And so I think it's a really, it's not clever. I think it's a correct framing, which we don't often have in this conversation. And yeah, like we often talk about the difference in the ways that, women are remunerated, right? We sort of talk about the gender gap. There's obviously a difference between the way that men get paid and women get paid. And we give some attention, not enough attention, to the differences, between Black women and Latino women, right? That there's a real gap there. And I think that we don't often give as much because gender is sort of the equivalent of like women. We don't often think of men as having a gender. We don't sort of study the numbers with the same kind of curiosity, and like we're not as granular with those numbers. But what's been really interesting with men is that the income disparity within men as a group has actually really increased. So what does that mean? So since 1970, men's wages have basically stagnated. Like the average man is not making more than he was making in 1970, which is like really disturbing.
Like relative to the cost of living.
Relative to all of that, exactly. But the average, but the men who are making a lot more are making a lot more, right? I think it's 184%. I'm looking at Jessie like she knows, so it makes sense, because if you look at the people who are hoarding the money, a lot of them happen to not be women. And so, yeah, there's a huge discrepancy between the men, between the have-nots and the people who do, and particularly amongst men, that does create a lot of problems. And then when because when you look at the data, the voters, or like the people who are most likely to vote for people who want to actually reduce that discrepancy, reduce, or increase income redistribution, it's women. So men are kind of voting against, in many ways, like against their own interests, because a lot of them are fed the idea and sort of admire those five guys who are hoarding all of their money. They don't look down on them. They want to be them, and they're told that if you work hard enough or whatever the hell, right, that they'll achieve that. And so that becomes the dream, instead of like, well, what's, so it's sad. It's really sad. And I think it's important to not, or, it's a long-winded sort of way of explaining it, but I think it's important to hold men like not accountable, but like responsible. Like this can change, and that's with policies and sort of voting for people to be in government who are interested in sort of reducing that income gap. So yeah, I feel bad for women and I feel bad for men. It's not a good situation.
There's something that I was thinking about, just devil's advocate here. There's some, we both live in Los Angeles. I'm sure in both of our circles, I know in my circles, there's a few women who are like higher income. They got to a certain age in life and they're like, I really want to have a kid, can't find a suitable partner. Doing it by myself. Great.
Right.
Doing great. Single moms by choice. And I'm hearing that is something that's increasing. Should we be focusing on making it so that men can keep up with women, or should we be creating a world where having a man and not having a man is such a difficult way to raise children? Or should we try to do both?
I mean, I'm a lover girl. I'm a hopeless romantic, but it's not even because I'm like, I am a little, it makes me a little dumb when I have too much hope in men, but we're chemically wired for love, and romantic love is again, it's not an accident that every movie and every song is or nearly every song is about that. I think we're all yearning for connection, and I get worried when I want women to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, and I believe that many women doing it on their own is the best for them and for the baby, by the way. But that being said, I think that we shouldn't be creating sort of a society where we're sort of more segregated. I mean, right? Like
that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point, because I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence here.
Okay, wow. What do you think?
Well, because on one hand, I think, there's studies out there that compare like the achievement of children that are raised by single mothers versus single fathers. And this isn't something that was covered in the piece, but I'm just bringing it up. And single children raised by single mothers don't do as well as children raised by single fathers. And the reason is not because dads are better parents. It's because fathers usually have a woman around that helps them out. Like their mom jumps in and helps them out. They get a girlfriend who helps them out. They have a sister, somebody like helps them out, and nobody helps the women that are raising children by themselves. And so there's a part of me that's like, for generations, single mothers, especially low income single mothers, Black single mothers.
I think that is actually right, at least anecdotally. I mean, I literally, moved from the mountain, and I loved living on the mountain. It was, I thought I'd die there, but, I needed help. And the thing is, I could raise my son myself, and, hanging on the mountain with the boys. And, I had my sister-in-law, but really, my sister-in-law would have been, like the major influence. And then she had like daughters who were of age and stuff like that. But nah, he needed to be around, my sister, who was his primary, female influence, I guess. And, she's married and has kids. So, he did get to spend time in a normal two-parent, even though he was the nephew, maybe, they give a weekend, like he'd stay with them for the weekend. So he knows how a normal two-parent, and I don't even want to say normal, but a two-parent household structure works. And my sister, if y'all think I'm a little bit, strict or, kind of, I have my standards, I think my sister's worse. Except, she's a lot nicer about it, but she is a lot like my mother was. All you had, she just give you a look, and it's like, yeah, okay, the look says it all. Plus, he got to be around my mother, not as much as my sister. And I live about an hour away from my sister, so it wasn't like, she was next door. But I thought it was extremely important he be around, women with the kind of standard that he needed to be around. So I think she's right. Men usually get help from their mother or their aunt or something like that. Women apparently not so much, and it makes sense.
Others have been like demonized and told
Yeah.
that they are the ones that are responsible for the like systemic problems that lead to their children having more of a difficult time making it through life. But I kind of think like, yes, I don't want people to be falling through the cracks. I don't want young men to be going to jail in large numbers. I think that's terrible. I want them to be able to be educated, and I want an education system that supports them in the way that they need to be supported. But at the same time, like single moms, I think are so disenfranchised. And I think that if we're any effort for us to like improve the marriageability of men should be accompanied by structural changes to help single mothers.
1,000,000%. You know, there's so many things I want to bring up. I mean, you talked about Black women, you know, and missing men. I mean, that headline, I think it's a New York Times article from, you know, now like several years ago, but about the missing Black men who are incarcerated, right? So it's again, it's a policy level. It's so many, there's so many policy changes that we need to do. But no, we absolutely need to support a single woman, and we need to support mothers. We need to like value them. I mean, there's data about just the workplace that I'm just can't get over, where, you know, employers will rank, you know, sort of like mothers as the lowest, the sort of least productive employee that they have. And then it'll be women without children. Then it's going to be men who don't have children. And the most productive person, the most productive employee in the eyes of an employer is a man with children. It is a father. So it's just like, that doesn't make any sense. And that isn't just like sexism at play, but also like the data shows that mothers are actually like extremely productive, because you being one, I'm sure you know the skills that you've developed as a result of having to be like just handle like multitask. And
I mean, it's like the difference is like my time for one thing is all the time I have for that thing. I have this much time for work, and I have to do all my work during this time. I can't be like, oh, I'll kick some of it to the evening, because it's like, nope, I got a 2-year-old girl. And you know, it's funny you bring that up, because my husband is like a super involved, like, he's not millennial, he's Gen X, but he's like got a millennial sensibility of like how involved he is with our girls. And he is like, before we had kids, he was like, we were having conversations about how he was worried about work, and he doesn't want people at his work to think that like he's not. And I'm like, dude, let me show you some research. Let me show you some, like you get like a benefit from being
fatherhood bump.
Yes,
They literally
you
have
get
a word for it.
People will see you. And also I think that there's something that happens just to parents, and not only parents, but I think this is just anecdata. I think that when you're taking care of somebody, or you feel responsible for somebody, I tend to work harder. Like I think that there's like I think that men who have children being seen as productive, it might be partly sexism on the part of their bosses, but it might also be sexism, or it might also be like something kind of real, where they're like, oh my God, I got to take care of these.
But then why are women at the bottom? Why aren't then mothers over unmarried women, right? It's just, it's seen differently. And no, I think you're right. And then even just to go along with that, there's also data that shows that like if a woman leaves early and a man leaves early, like people assume that the woman is leaving early for parenting duties, and then when a man leaves early, they assume that it's for a work event, you know. And by the way, like this isn't a like men suck, and women assume that too. You know, it's all inside of us, just as a society. And so, I think policy changes, you know, certainly help. But there needs to be a cultural, you know, shift. And America hates moms. I mean, I can say that because I'm Canadian. It's just like, it's
I always
crazy.
Forget you're Canadian, Liz.
I know, me too. And I'm working on it. This can turn into a therapy session.
Okay.
What is wrong with me?
It's funny. It's like, oh yeah, she's so nice and she's so cool and she's so smart. Oh yeah, Canadian.
We're not all the same. I'm going to be really rude. So that, no, it's, America really hates moms. It's just, it's clear to everyone else. And it's really funny to me that just, I mean, especially that Republicans just go around thinking they're like, you know, again, the family part, like, no, in the world, like, it's just, I mean, there's just no words.
Wow, that is definitely going to be a show title. America Hates Moms.
It's so like on the nose.
Yeah, it is super interesting though. Like this, my first thought, because I'm kind of like,
Hey, Moxie.
you know, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Like
Yeah.
I was like, conservative hypocrisy, because
Oh, interesting.
because it's like they say they want more people to get married. Okay, let's just pretend that
Yeah.
that's something that I agree with. I don't really care one way or the other, but like,
Yeah.
let's just say,
Yeah.
if that is a goal that you want to enact through policy changes, then the focus needs to not be on bringing women down, but on bringing men up.
Yeah.
Because women who aren't graduating from college are having children regardless. They're just not including the men in those family structures because they're making economically sound choices
Mhm.
about like whether or not that adds to their lives. You know, like,
100%.
do you want to have a man in your house who is like not going to help support the family economically, or support the children, or support you, like,
or actively hurt you?
Yeah.
I mean, again, like this, I'm not going to go into a whole anthropological explanation, but I want to, of just the other thing that's sort of ridiculous about the Republican Party is that they sort of always use these sort of evolutionary, you know, sort of arguments to prove again, women are meant to be mothers, and if you're not a mother, then you're going against your, you know, nature, or if women work, you're going against your nature. And like, women's nature is to take care, is to make sure that they survive and that their offspring survives.
Mhm.
You're not going to date a guy or get married or reproduce with a guy who, again, is actively abusive. That's just like a non-starter. And I'm not talking about women. This happens like across the animal kingdom. Like, humans are actually not special. Women, you know, want to be with men who show long-term investment, who can show long-term investment, not just in them, not just like, oh, he'll take you out on cute dates, but like, can he afford diapers? Can he afford, you know, to buy a house with me? And coming back to the missing men, you know, sometimes even that argument is sort of framed in this weird, like, well, women don't want to date men who are economically unviable, you know, it's sort of this red pill thing. And it's like, no, I don't want to, like, it's not good for our survival as a species if like, if we're just like having sex with deadbeat dads and then our kids are unable to go to school, unable to feed themselves, you know, end up taking
by
drugs,
the
whatever.
way,
Like that.
Speaking of deadbeat dads, at some point later in the show, we're gonna be looking at the 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 unambiguously deadbeat dad trio: John Galt, Hood Conservative, and Be Brave. All three of them are fucking deadbeat dads.
That is not good. And so women's impulse actually right now, I think, to not have to I mean, you say that, you know, the marriage rate is sort of if you go into the subcategories, it's not going down for women with college degrees, but overall marriage rates and birth rates are going down. And I truly think that is like, that's not even an intellectual thing for women. I think it is a biological, like, no, these men are not viable, and I will not be healthy, and my baby won't be healthy. So why the fuck would I bring a kid into the world who's gonna be unhappy or, you know, end up dead? Like it's actually like that's biology, not like, oh, I must become a mom at all costs and have 10 babies and 5 of them are gonna, you know, live horrible lives or not live at all. Like, that's actually, you're demented. Like, that's crazy. No species would ever do that.
Yeah, the choice itself is a biological expression.
It is.
Like, whether to have or not to have children is like the response to your biological circumstances.
And just to add to what you just said, abortion is also a natural process that happens in the animal kingdom. Like, females will literally lose their offspring once they are pregnant if there's a new, you know, alpha that would be a threat to the baby. Like, it just drives me crazy that we somehow, you know, are painted as the party that doesn't get nature and like are going against our nature. It's like feminism and like abortion rights is actually pro evolution. It's pro by like our survival as a species. And like, that's the thing that drives me insane. Like, they're like by trying to raise the things that they're trying to do to raise the birth rates are the exact way that they're going to make us go extinct. Like forcing like losers, you know, forcing us to have sex with losers.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, like that's not gonna end up well.
Right.
Like,
I kind of just I'm like kind of I haven't made up my mind yet. So I'm glad we're talking this through. But it's sort of like, to what do we owe that, like, we're losers? I'm using that. Obviously, it
course,
doesn't
it's
encapsulate every single man who is removed from the like
mhm.
marriage market, because I think that a lot of, as you mentioned, a lot of people are unjustly incarcerated.
And men are losers because of patriarchy.
Mhm,
It's
right.
like, it's not their fault.
Yeah.
You know, the men who are losers, they're not all losers, but yeah.
Yeah.
When we say that, that's what we mean. You know
Yes,
what I
the
mean?
losers in the system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we solved it, Liz. No, when you were just talking, I want to say one more thing before we wrap this up. This is such an interesting conversation, but I learned something this week and I don't know if it's true, but it was on Instagram. So, it's
You never
probably
know.
true.
Yeah.
It was about female bears. Apparently female bears will mate with as many males as possible,
Uh-huh.
because it will leave up to question whether or not the offspring belongs to any of the male bears,
yeah.
and the male bears are less likely to kill offspring if they think that it might be
100%.
theirs. So the female bear carries around a fertilized bear zygote for months and months. And then if she's eaten enough by the end of the summer, then she gets pregnant. And if not, she just has her bear period.
I'm
I guess.
obsessed. Bear period. That's how I feel.
Why can't we do
Perimenopause
that
is.
as humans?
No, but like that shows you the intelligence of the female body.
Yeah.
Like humans aren't different.
Mhm.
And all of these patriarchal laws literally are removing that intelligence. They're
Mhm.
like blocking that intelligence.
Mhm.
I don't.
This is
I'm not
getting
an
weird,
expert
I
on bears,
admit.
but I 100% believe that. Like it's women are great. Like, stop taking away our ability to make decisions, because we truly, left to our own devices, like following the natural order of things, like we make the best decisions for our offspring, for babies, for other people's babies. So I love that. And even, I mean, you want to talk about, I'm not an expert in ducks, okay, but I'm an expert in duck rape.
Yeah.
Which, don't Google it. It's very terrifying. But basically, the female duck, because gang rape is so
Ducks
common.
are terrible.
Ducks are male ducks.
They're terrible.
They need some therapy. Okay. They've been watching too much Andrew Tate. So male ducks are so rapey that female ducks actually have, again, evolution, because the female body is so smart.
Mhm.
Their bodies have evolved to have like a secret door to eject the sperm of a rapist.
Yes. Okay. You know how I know that? Have you ever read the book Eve by Catherine Hannon?
She's
Okay.
everything to me.
Right.
She's
Right.
everything to me.
That book is so
Yeah.
good. That's so funny. I loved that book.
That is like the best. That should be, again, everyone who runs for office should read that book first, and they
Mhm.
won't, because they don't know how to read.
Mhm.
But like, if everyone read that book, I think this country would look a lot more different. And yeah, there's just, yeah. Aaron, what are we gonna do?
Well, I think first of all, we need to champion substantive changes that help improve the
Yes.
lives of men and women. But I
Yes.
think that I read this and I'm like, we still got to start with the moms. We got to make life better for the moms.
Yes,
and then I can move
everyone
on.
else does better.
Yeah,
you know.
everyone else
Well,
does
the
better.
upside, okay. And on a positive note, the fact that women don't have secret pockets to eject sperm means that men are not inherently violent species. Like,
Mhm.
that rape is not supposed to be as
Mhm.
common as, unfortunately, it is, because women are. I mean, that's Kat's sort of like
That's Kat's theory.
I mean, she won't like, she's a scientist, so she always like, but basically, if I'm just making her argument as like simple as possible, that's basically there's a hopeful part in that intelligence.
Consent is built into our biology.
Yes.
And I think that this marriage pattern is an expression of that consent.
I agree.
All right, Liz Plank, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So I don't know. I excuse me, as annoying as it got towards the end, I think there's some insight. Take the insight or not. If you are a young man looking who is marriage minded. Sorry about that. So Iran war live updates. Drone barrage at Kuwait airport kills one and injures dozens. Video footage verified by New York Times showed fire inside Kuwait's international airport. The attack was part of one of the biggest assaults on a Gulf nation since the U.S.-Iran ceasefire was announced in April. Wow, sorry. So I don't know this Iran war that Trump's folly. Let's call it Trump's folly. It's not working out. How is this possible when Donald Trump has declared a ceasefire? Dude, this is a fail. And all you MAGA folks who think that Hegseth and Donald Trump have a firm grasp on this war, Iran's just like slapping our president in the fucking face almost on a daily basis. And that's all I have to say. So I didn't get to really go through this yesterday. So Donald Trump, American Shah, and I talked about it yesterday. Essentially, Donald Trump's birthday celebration on the is it June 14th or something like that. And then, he's dovetailed it with America's 250th anniversary and all that. All these parties, like he's going to have all these artists on the mall, playing a rock concert or something like that. And they all just fucking bailed. So his response is, oh, hey, let's do a MAGA rally. I don't think that's going to fly. Again, a fail. And the premise of asking, proposing the simile, like in an American Shah, like the Shah of Iran, the similarity is the Shah threw this huge, extravagant party for his birthday back in the day. And it essentially was so offensive to the rank and file, the poor people and the religious people, that they just basically revolted and brought Khomeini back from Paris. I think he was where he was living. Trump is literally America's biggest mistake. I think even in a historic sense, Andrew Johnson was Lincoln's biggest mistake. This one's on the voters. Donald Trump is on the American public, the majority of the public who voted for this man, or the plurality. Dude, y'all done fucked up and you fucked the country in the meantime. And let me drop the link in case anybody wants to come up and debate that point. Because I've been spoiling for a debate ever since that idiot, what's his name, CM. Dude has problems, and at least I can say he is his own worst problem. That part is true. He's not my problem. He's not Mariah's problem. He's not Moxie's problem. He is his own problem. Maybe his family's problem, but I think, from what I can discern, I think he's on his own with his problems. So let's see here. Give me one sec. There we go. Okay, let me drop this this live. I'm sorry, damn it. Let me drop this link. There we go. All right, so here it is. Let us call it the Dare link. So some MAGA person come up and defend this moron that y'all elected. And let me pin it. Oops. All right, so let's move on. American Shaw. All right, so why Trump selected an acting director of national intelligence with no intel experience? Well, I think it's obvious if you follow politics and
The behind the
you
scenes
oops,
jockeying
you read a
began almost
lot.
immediately after.
Sorry. If you read a lot about American politics and keep up with Trump on a daily basis, I've talked about loyalty over competence. It's literally it's creating huge problems. But I've also said this has been on the Republican agenda for decades. The people tend to like the New Deal, the FDR era, uh, post, let's just say post Woodrow Wilson into what FDR created. They like, Social Security and Medicaid, Medicare, and all this stuff. Republicans don't. So what they are going to do, the Federalist Society crowd and MAGA and people like the Heritage Foundation, they literally want to take this motherfucker back to the 19th century, before Woodrow Wilson, before things like the Fed. Um, they literally want to take us back to a point, and Trump's tariffs were a good example of that. They think the rich, they like the oligarchy, and you'll hear some idiots, even in my chat, talking about, well, you need to qualify to vote. You need to, we can't have, some Walmart associate voting. No. They're not qualified. They don't own anything. They don't have assets or property to protect. No, those people are wrong. America's been running fine since FDR, the New Deal, and all that stuff. We would be running fine if Republicans didn't keep throwing sand in the gears. And what Trump is doing, what Doge's primary purpose was, obviously, was to literally throw sand in the gears or wrenches in the gears or something like that. If we can't get rid of the education department, we're just going to defund it and defang it. So it's just like a useless appendage. We don't like the administrative state. Let's call it the shadow government, or let's call it the deep state. There's an argument to be made about unelected, agencies, heads of agencies making these decisions. But the bottom line is we've got a Congress that is barely able to work. That's why these guys want everything to rest in a unitary executive. Congress is unresponsive. However, what they're trying to do is a fundamental change with how the framers of the Constitution thought this country should run. The executive is Article 2. The legislature is Article 1 for a reason. And the Supreme Court literally is like the redheaded stepchild. If it wasn't for John Marshall creating a role for the judiciary, it really would just be like a sixth finger. I think it's very obvious, and maybe we're lucky. What if Trump were actually competent and good at running the executive branch? We might be lulled into thinking, well, hey, unitary executive isn't that bad. Trump is a disaster. Okay. And I think what we're learning right now is, hey, unitary executive might be a good idea, but we cannot depend on the American people to elect competence. We need them checks and balances. Turns out Madison was right. Trump's a disaster. And demanding loyalty over competence, it is taking a wrecking ball to this country. He can go America first all he wants, but if you're not electing the best and the brightest, or selecting the best and the brightest that you have, if you're valuing sycophancy over competence, I mean, to me, that's just like basic common sense that shit's going to fail eventually. Smart people aren't going to fucking go along with this Trump agenda.
After Tulsi Gabbard announced last month that she would resign as Director of National Intelligence. Some allies told President Donald Trump he should replace Gabbard with someone who had more intelligence experience. Others said he should go with someone who held the same views on Iran. But for Trump, the most compelling argument that ultimately won out was picking someone who had shown a willingness to take on the establishment and the so-called deep state of the intelligence community. 3 sources familiar with the discussions described to CNN. In Bill Pulte, Trump selected as his intelligence chief a loyalist with no demonstrated national security or intelligence experience. What he did have, a record of going after many of Trump's biggest perceived political enemies through criminal referrals sent over the past year from his perch as Trump's housing finance director. One source said the decision was rooted in what Trump cares about most: getting what he wants done, and quickly. Trump likes Tulsi, but she's very methodical. She's a thinker. Bill is a move fast and break things kind of guy, the source said. Pulte had made it clear to Trump that he wanted a bigger role and more responsibility within the administration, including the possibility of a cabinet position should one become available, 3 sources told CNN. A separate source said he directly lobbied the president to lead DNI after Gabbard announced she was leaving. Now Pulte, 38, a wealthy businessman turned director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, will have an even bigger platform to take on Trump's biggest perceived.
Well, let me make a point here, Con. Nothing I disagree with here, but this is what should happen. And if I were actually, president, like the next Democratic president, I'd be looking at the money we spend on defense. We have not been able to go against Iran and prevail. Okay, somewhat we got rid of a lot of like top flight diplomats, and looks like the military is ineffectual as well. We're losing goddamn planes. We don't have drone defense like technology and shit. Why was this not something that we prepared for? Iran prepared for 25 years and they were ready for us. Why wasn't the finest military in the world ready for Iran? And I think this is a real argument that we're not getting all the bang for our buck with all these trillions that we're spending on defense. We literally have been in a stalemate for like 3 or 4 months with a country that shouldn't even be like standing toe to toe. The fuck? I think we need to trim some fat out of the Defense Department, because all this money we're spending, I'd rather spend it on social safety nets. We're not getting bang for our buck here. And it, to me, it's a real argument. Why are we prioritizing defense the way we, or war, as Hegseth wants to call the department? Why are we prioritizing? And I understand one of the primary duties is the common defense and all that, but our common defense is overpriced and not very effective. The fuck is up with that? Trump doesn't understand how he's fucking this up, and he just picked a sycophant who is incompetent. Dude, we need to cut the defense budget because shit, I'm not confident that we could spend a couple $100 billion less and we'd get the same results as we got now. A fucking stalemate with a country that shouldn't even, like, that Iran has been able to go, fuck you, Trump. Dude, that's disgusting. It's embarrassing. And it's gonna give China and other countries ideas. Maybe they're not the, maybe they're not the military we thought they were. Trump is doing this.
Received grievances from former intelligence chiefs like John Brennan and the assessment of Russia's 2016 election interference to Trump's baseless claims that the 2020 election was stolen. Multiple sources familiar with the decision told CNN that the rationale for the pick was simple. Trump liked what he saw from Pulte and believed he could potentially replicate it at DNI. Trump made his decision to put Pulte in the role Monday night. Two sources familiar with the matter told CNN. This isn't something to overthink. President Trump wanted someone in that position who is a true loyalist, who will do what he wants him to do. He has that in Bill, one source close to Pulte told CNN. Pulte speaks to the president more than anyone I know. Another source familiar with the matter said Trump floated the idea of Pulte as DNI with Gabbard in recent days, though he did not tell her when the announcement would be coming. Trump previously announced that Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence Aaron Lucas would become the acting director when Gabbard leaves her office on June 30th. Because Pulte has previously been confirmed by the Senate for another position, he's eligible to perform in an acting role without further congressional approval. The president chooses the best and most talented people to serve in his cabinet. That is why this administration has achieved record successes for the American people. Bill Pulte is a great selection, and he will do a great job on behalf of the American people, White House spokesman Davis Ingalls said in a statement to CNN. An election-focused loyalist. What's perhaps most consequential about Trump tapping Pulte as acting director is that it puts a loyalist in a position to influence the president's actions ahead of the midterm elections, which Trump has called for nationalizing. Some of the president's allies have...
How the fuck do you nationalize elections? It literally doesn't work that way in the Constitution. So, this motherfucker. So, here we go. And I'm going to just skim over this because it's going to surprise no one. So Trump Library says no Twitter DMs can be found despite evidence he sent them. So all of Trump's Twitter DMs were deleted, apparently. So he, of course, violated the Presidential Records Act because he doesn't think he has to follow the law. Dude, these MAGA blacks, especially, I'm disappointed in. These folks are just ignorant. And if there's a problem with the quote black community, it's MAGA blacks. MAGA blacks and fucking Soul Brothers. These Thomas Sowell, red pill, black manosphere motherfuckers. Y'all are idiots. And if I had my way, we just disenfranchise all of you. You don't want to vote anyway. All right, so the Senate Majority Leader Thune hits breaking point with Trump. You mean now? So it says here the shift in the past few weeks has been subtle but unmistakable. John Thune sounds like a man who's had it with President Trump. Why it matters. In a departure from the past 18 months, the Senate Majority Leader has publicly broken with the president on a string of recent controversies. It's a sign that Trump's sway in with congressional Republicans is waning as he approaches the second half of his term. So Trump named Bill Pulte, a MAGA attack dog who used his position as the federal housing finance chief to go after the president's enemies. People like Lisa Cook, people like Letitia James, acting director of national intelligence on Tuesday, despite a resume with no apparent intelligence experience. Probably doesn't have intelligence at all. That's why Trump picked him. Thune's verdict of Trump's pick, we don't need to weaponize DNI. We need professionals there. If the White House wants Pulte in the job permanently, he's got a lengthy road ahead of him, the Senate leader added. Well, more than likely, this thing about, doing acting directors literally gives Trump control. Like, hey, you piss me off, you're out of here. So it's probably obvious why Trump likes these acting directors. And as far as I feel about Thune, too little too late. Thune fucked up before Trump got elected by not going after that bipartisan immigration. It was kind of like an immigration reform thing where Thune fucked up before Trump even got elected. So he can do no right as far as I'm concerned. All right, so this is the new crown jewel in my newspaper subscription crown, the Chicago Tribune. I'm going to test it out. So I've talked a bunch of times about how Trump has basically weaponized the Justice Department while simultaneously defanging it. It's been a brain drain. Nobody talented wants to work for Donald Trump. So you get this guy, a U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros acknowledges contact with Broadview 6 grand jury. He fucked up like a whole grand jury, and the judge just kind of said, fuck it, we're throwing it out. So let's listen to this. And it's longish. We won't get through all of it. But this just emphasizes the people that Trump's Justice Department are hiring.
U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros acknowledges contact with Broadview 6 grand jury. U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros released a startling report Tuesday acknowledging he appeared before the grand jury in the Broadview 6 case on the day the indictment was handed up in October, asking for those on the panel who could not keep an open mind on immigration evidence to please raise your hand. Boutros' rare October 23 appearance at the grand jury came at the height of Operation Midway Blitz and was an attempt to quell discord after a prosecutor had dismissed at least 2 panel members who had personal issues with the case and refused to deliberate. A previous panel, in fact, had declined to indict at all, issuing a rare no bill instead. It's unusual for a sitting U.S. attorney to personally appear before any grand jury, but for Boutros to have done so in such a controversial case is sure to fuel allegations of undue pressure to return an indictment. Of all days for the U.S. attorney to make a rare appearance before the grand jury, that he would be present on the day he likely knew this case would be represented speaks for itself, Attorney Christopher Parenti, who represents one of the former Broadview defendants, said in a written statement Tuesday. In his 5-page report, however, Boutros defended his appearance before the grand jury, saying its importance cannot be overstated given the animosity and bias that had shown itself in previous grand jury sessions. In such uncharted and unprecedented circumstances, extraordinary measures may be required to restore the rule of law, the report stated in a conclusion paragraph. The report was issued in response to defense attorneys' questions last week about Boutros having unspecified contact with the grand jury panel, which was indicated in a preliminary transcript of the proceedings. Boutros said he was releasing the unprecedented report in the public interest as well as the interest of justice in light of speculation caused by the in-court comments by the defense. The release of Boutros' comments comes amid a rapidly intensifying scandal that is virtually unprecedented for Chicago's vaunted U.S. Attorney's Office, long regarded as one of the country's most professional prosecutorial offices.
Yeah, and I'll just stop it there. Long known as one of the most professional until Trump. Dude is just fucking America up from behind. So this is interesting. Maybe it's obvious that this should happen or would happen. So oil execs building corporate militias. Does this sound like some shit from a post-apocalyptic Mad Max or the Hunger Games or something? So now corporations are building their own militias. So gas prices are gouging the public, with oil companies like BP more than doubling their profits. They're also preparing for war, building up their own corporate militias to guard against an angry public. So all of a sudden, dude, this is post-apocalyptic. So or what was it? RoboCop? where I forget the corporation fucking like this is I guess this was inevitable. So security guards have become an integral part of America and the butt of every joke. A retired military officer working in corporate security tells me. But this new era of executive protection, it's completely different. From bodyguards to intelligence agents, corporate America is acting as if they are preventing a future storming of the Bastille. Well, they kind of are, I'd imagine. Energy companies have not traditionally been the biggest spenders on corporate security. That's until the soaring gas prices caused by the Iran war reshuffled the threat picture. Now, high net worth individual high net worth individual, they mean like uh, um, bodyguards for high net worth individuals. It's a bad sentence. Are in high demand, especially former special operators and SEALs for the C-suite types fearing public backlash. So essentially, the corporate bigwigs are going to have their version of Secret Service agents, I guess. It doesn't surprise me. They'll probably need it. Given what's his name, the United Health executive who was just assassinated, basically. I think it's just inevitable. And by the way, you're going to pay for those bodyguards at the pump. So the House, well, the Congress in general, but the House specifically, another sex scandal. House Ethics Committee investigating Representative Jimmy Gomez over sexual misconduct allegations. This is according to CNN. Gomez, I'm guessing he's either from Texas or Florida. Doesn't really say. I guess I should look that up. Jimmy Gomez. Let's see. What state is he from? Oops. California. Okay. So shit, we've already had Swalwell. Gomez is not the only member under review. Eric Swalwell and Tony Gonzalez. I know he's from Gonzalez is from Texas. Recently resigned amid similar sexual misconduct allegations, highlighting pressure Congress faces to address behavioral concerns. The fuck is going on with these people? Let's see here. Give me one sec. So this dude is an American politician serving as the U.S. representative for California's 34th district since 2017. So he's been doing it a while. His district includes Los Angeles neighborhoods of Eagle Rock, Boyle Heights, downtown LA, Koreatown, member of the Democratic Party. Democrats are gonna fuck this 2026 election up one way or the other. Let's see here. So, Bachelor of Arts in Political Science, minor in Urban Planning from UCLA. So he transferred, and then Master of Arts in Public Policy from Harvard, the Kennedy School. You know, I actually almost applied once. I had a buddy of mine in the Navy. He's still in the Navy, as a matter of fact, who tried to get me to come up there and get a master's in public policy. And I just didn't have the money to do it. Probably could have gotten it paid for, but I just didn't feel like being poor, a starving student. So that did not happen. All right. So he's under investigation for sexual misconduct. Wow. And speaking of California, so California election results, the current mayor, is it Eleanor Bass, advances in mayoral race. Hilton leads for governor. Those who are interested in these sorts of things. So Hilton, now this is going to be really interesting because Hilton won by about 2.4 points over Javier Becerra, who's a Democrat. Hilton is a Republican. So it's very possible the next governor of California could be a Republican. So Karen Bass won by about 4.4 points over Spencer Pratt. Not sure whether he's probably a Republican. Point being that I like the way California does it. I don't know if they're called jungle primaries, but they have Republicans and Democrats run. And Governor Kemp is trying to do that with the 5 counties in Metro Atlanta, where everybody runs, and then maybe if you don't get 50% or something like that, so you get the top 2, I think. Not sure exactly how it works, but basically Republicans and Democrats run in the same process. And I know a lot of Georgians are upset about that. My only problem with what Kemp is doing is that it needs to be done statewide. You can't just pick the counties around Atlanta. That's going to wind up in court, and Kemp is probably going to lose. You can't just, it's going to be an equal protection, like a 14th Amendment combined with the First Amendment, probably. Well, probably 14th, 15th, and then some of the first. That's how it seems to me. Now, I'm not a lawyer, so I could very well be wrong. So this is a little bit of a little dessert before dinner. So I didn't talk about it yesterday. The shop owner who killed a 14-year-old in the somewhere around the Charleston area, I think it was. So the shooting drew national attention and roiled the community in South Carolina. So let's listen to this. And where this is leading up to, the verdict basically found the shop owner who shot this kid in the back, 14-year-old kid. Kid had a gun and claimed it was self-defense. The kid wheeled around or something like that. I'm guessing the kid dropped the gun because he took off running. So the kid was shot in the back, which generally, like if a cop shoots a victim in the back, um, shooting anyone in the back, pretty much means that they were fleeing and not a threat. Somehow or another, this shop owner was basically able to sway a jury who was unanimous that, oh, hey, you know what? Kid had the gun and he was a threat to like his son or something like that. Now, the kid took off running and these two ran after him. Which, why the fuck would you do that? And I actually have a personal experience with something like this, which I'm going to play this article and I'll talk briefly. Now, the dessert is going to be we get to hear the three unambiguously deadbeat dads talk about it: John Galt, Be Brave, and Hood Servative. They have an analysis of this that, funny enough, is shout out to Speak Radio who brought it to my attention because I don't subscribe to John Galt's show. And Speak Radio in a Discord just said, hey, this shit's disgusting. And I wasn't even going to go and listen to it. But then, I got curious once I read about the case. So what we've got here is, let me just do this commercial right quick. So thank you to this month's executive producers, CKJ3, Lupin Reiking, and The Speak Radio, who highlighted or alerted me to this analysis that Galton and Hood Servative and Be Brave did. You can support the show. I definitely want you to do it with the Cash App or the PayPal. PayPal for the foreigners, you can send me lira or pesos or something. But you can also contribute to the show by giving me show ideas. And I never would have even, thought to look at Galt's show had it not been for this executive producer, Speak Radio, saying, hey, look, shit's disgusting. So that's a contribution to the show, and it is valuable to the likes of me. And I also want to salute this Saturday show. No idea what it's going to be about, but Black Knight, salute to you, sir. Black Knight is a day one to this show, like way back in the John Galt overnight days. So I hope you're doing well. I didn't see you in the chat yesterday, and if I missed you, I'm very sorry. Hopefully you're back in Atlanta. But it's cooler up north. So I understand you rich folks, you summer in the north where it's cooler, and then you snowbirds your way down to the south where it's warmer in the wintertime. So I get it. I'm the topic of discussion again. Where? Do you think? No, absolutely. Well, you know what, Kingpix? I don't know. I doubt it, but that could be an option. But let me tell you what I think is going to happen. Let me play this article and then we'll talk about this question because it's a good one. Let's play it and I'll be right back.
Shop owner who killed 14-year-old he wrongly accused of theft is found not guilty. This article is by Amy Ortiz and read by an automated voice. A South Carolina jury on Monday found Rick Chow not guilty of murder after he fatally shot a 14-year-old black boy in 2023, whom he had falsely accused of shoplifting from his convenience store. Mr. Chow, 61, shot Cyrus Carmack Belton in the back on May 28, 2023, after chasing the teenager, believing he had stolen 4 water bottles from the Express Mart Shell station he owned in Columbia, South Carolina. Mr. Chow also said Cyrus had pointed a gun at his son, so he had acted to defend him. The shooting drew national attention and roiled the community in Columbia, where demonstrators gathered outside Mr. Chow's shop after the shooting. The prosecutor in the case, Byron Gibson, said in a statement on Tuesday that the verdict, quote, has brought on strong emotions from our local and national communities. While I am disappointed with last night's outcome and continue to believe that Rick Chow's actions were not justifiable, I respect our criminal justice system and the jury's decision, said Mr. Gibson, South Carolina solicitor for the Fifth Circuit. State Representative Todd Rutherford, a lawyer who was also representing the Carmack Belton family, said the family would pursue a lawsuit, the Associated Press reported. Jack Swerling, a lawyer for Mr. Chow, called the shooting a tragedy in an interview on Tuesday, adding that the jury had nevertheless reached the, quote, right verdict. In South Carolina, murder requires a showing of malice aforethought, he said. I don't think the state was able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow acted with malice. Mr. Swerling said he, quote, never sensed there was any racial profiling in this case, noting that the store had a shoplifting problem, and that Mr. Chow said he had only fired his gun after seeing Cyrus point a gun at his son, who was 20 at the time. Mr. Gibson said during closing arguments that multiple witnesses had testified that they did not see anything in Cyrus's hands while he was running from the store, according to the Associated Press. Mr. Swerling also said Mr. Chow, who is from Hong Kong and is a U.S. citizen, had rendered aid to Cyrus after the shooting. Quote, the kid succumbed to the gunshot wound. Mr. Chow's store was vandalized and looted after the shooting. Photos of the store showed graffiti on the building and yellow crime scene tape around it. Among the spray-painted messages was R.I.P. King Cyrus. During a news conference in 2023, Sheriff Leon Lott of Richland County called the...
Yeah, let's go ahead. And I got it wrong. I thought it was Charleston. Yeah, it looks like they'll have to close that store. Probably no great loss. But here's what's going to happen. The family stands a real good chance of winning a civil lawsuit, finding him liable for the death. And I wouldn't have a problem with that. Number one, they were wrong about the kid shoplifting. And shooting him in the back, if he had wheeled around, and see, this is what I don't understand. If the kid had wheeled around with a gun, you wouldn't be shooting him in the back. How does that fucking work? So, it is what it is. But this ain't over. I think the family has a very good chance of winning the civil lawsuit, which might actually be as devastating. But it is what it is, and I actually think that it's a tragedy, but John Galt in the unambiguously deadbeat dad crew over at John Galt, it's really just disturbing to hear their analysis. And CM, salute to you. I see you're here. Let's see what you got here. Talking about abusive drunks. Let's see what else you got. Stanley, you do realize that's not how I spell my name, right? So good to see you. I thought you were live, CM. Why are you over here? Anyway, so this is the Great Galt and the unambiguously deadbeat dad crew. Oh, and by the way, for some reason or another, hey, CKJ3, talk about me being the topic on other shows. My name even comes up in this analysis. Something Be Brave says, I don't get why people... Do I really piss people off that much? And if I'm so popular, why am I not monetized? apparently I'm infamous but not popular. So let's hear this.
see how the rest of the world lives.
It's
Just on a regular.
This starts off with on the panel are John, obviously, Be Brave, and then Hood Servative, and it starts off with Hood Servative talking. Oops.
Granular level, it's so radically different in a lot of ways.
At the same time, though, Hood, the same black man who's a felon who didn't know how many felons he had and so on and so forth, he comes out and said, well, he wouldn't want his 14-year-old child carrying a gun. He just justified it. Then at the other side of his mouth, he said, well, I wouldn't want my 14-year-old child carrying a gun, but you blacks have created neighborhoods and environments where you've already said it's reasonable. You just don't want your child doing it.
Well, that's why.
Well, I think he said common, but yeah.
That's why the insanity. That's why the insanity. When we say they're driving people insane, they're driving themselves insane also. Now, it doesn't bother them because they don't mind being insane. But literally, the blacks are affecting everything around them. This is blacks in the city, the largest cities, is the #1 social problem we're facing in this country right now, and we're not allowed to.
Now, listen to this dumb fucker. So, blacks in the cities are the #1 problem we're facing right now. Not Donald Trump, not immigration. This motherfucker can't even be a good white biggest threat. Dude, and this is the thing. This is Be Brave. I assume that's Be Brave's new Be Brave and Fearless. Is that Be Brave and Think? Has he changed his name, new account, or what? But it says here, Dan enjoyed his day with Stanley Cross, hors d'oeuvre and wine. No idea what that means. Hors d'oeuvre and wine date. Okay, can anyone here have a clue what that means? Show last night, and yeah, of course we're gonna spar back and forth in the chat, but is this like a delectable Negro thing where it sounds kind of Stanley Cross, hors d'oeuvres and wine? That almost sounds like a Hannibal Lecter thing. These guys are freaks, and they aren't good at English. They're not good at expressing their thoughts. And this is exactly why, if this is Be Brave writing this is why I say I have a better command of white culture than he does. I write a better sentence in English. Doesn't mean I'm white. It just means I'm better at his culture than he is. So let's hear what else these guys have to say. And then I'm going to skip all the way to the end. Like the last couple minutes of the show are equally disturbing.
To think of that at all.
I'm going to finish off this video because I want you to see a couple things that I noticed. Again, the blacks are just destroying the public space here. But it's just a couple of things I noticed before we move on here. And so this is what I also wanted to show you, Brave. It's right here. Good.
So this is what John Galt does. He just goes out and photographs some things that he finds disturbing. Then he calls Be Brave up to discuss black depravity or problems with black culture with a man who has no clue about his own culture, let alone, quote, black culture. It's disturbing.
Jesus Christ. Look at them two blacks.
Yeah.
The one in the black shirt, he worked there.
Yeah.
He's taking IDs. How the Spanish ended up with this black checking their IDs? Probably because of the clientele that they ended up with, that they need a black.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're forced into
they
it.
need a
That's why I
black.
said these people, black black culture is nothing but a cancer. Everywhere it goes, it just trashes everything it touches. Those Spanish people didn't want to deal with blacks. Trust me. I've been around enough Spanish people. They have to. They need the money. It's good. It's a restaurant. What are you going to do? And then look what they hire Khalid Muhammad with a beard to take IDs, you know, and it's just everything about him is offensive. It's just the most offensive group of people on the planet right now. Black Americans are the most offensive people on the
not even actually.
So this white supremacist, bottom feeding white supremacist, is on a panel with two nominally black men, telling them that black people, let me rewind this, because did he say black culture or black people? I think he said black people. And last I checked, both Hood Conservative and John Galt are black, but they don't take offense. I honestly don't think that John Galt thinks he's black. And he grew up in Alabama. So one of the first things they teach you growing up down south, if you have black parents, is that you're black.
Black culture is nothing but a cancer. Everywhere it goes, it just trashes everything it touches. Those Spanish people didn't want to deal with blacks. Trust me. I've been around enough Spanish people. They have to. They need the money. It's good. It's a restaurant. What are you going to do? And then look what they hire Khalid Muhammad with a beard to take IDs, you know, and it's just everything about him is offensive. It's just the most offensive group.
And look at John Galt cooning with that big ass grin. Look at this. See that, dude? I gotta take a screenshot of this. Let me blow this up. So this motherfucker, look at John Galt with that coon eating grin. God damn it. Let me try and let's see here. How can I get this? I gotta, you know what? Shoot. I need to get this bigger, but to do it, I'm gonna have to refresh it to get the chat out of that. God,
This nigga has.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid of that. So we get rid of that. And then we do that. So we get it bigger. And then I gotta go find that spot. Damn it. Folks. I wanted to get that shit-eating grin. There we go. There we go. That's the shit-eating grin.
Look at that head, Brave.
Yeah, I see it.
Head, huh?
Look like a bunch of god.
My mother used to call that like Cheshire cat grin. Nothing but grin. My mother. Yeah, there we go. Look at that shit-eating grin. Let's get it bigger. If I can. Why can I not get my screen? Well, folks, I don't know what happened there. Something locked up. So let's try this again because we must see that shit-eating grin. You know, I'm in the back playing with these settings. There we go. Yeah, that's going to be about as big as I can get it. But you know, if you look closely, you can see the shit-eating grin there. So clown giggles. All right. So anyway, let's just sally forth, and I'm not going to belabor the point because I will jump to like the last 5 minutes, but this is just really problematic, and everyone knows how I feel about these three. Um, they're just really reprehensible.
Look at that head, Steve.
Yeah, I
all
see it.
head, huh?
Look like a bunch of goddamn who knows what.
You see the white man in his blazer and the white woman back there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good.
Same old story. Same old story. Wherever they touch down, crash follows. Neighborhoods, businesses. So I'd say the 30% are in big trouble because this is going to get worse for them.
You know what I've been thinking about a lot lately? And I always cover racial hotspot type of stories like this child thing or whatever. And it seems like for reasons that are above and beyond any individual Black person or the Black community.
CKJ3, I don't see him. I've migrated over to the new address. Let me just drop it in the back. As a matter of fact, I really should I should do better about these damn commercials and stuff. Send it to the new address, email address, which is, oh my Lord, did I not put it? I am so disorganized, folks. So let me do this. I will drop the support information, including the email, into the chat. And try and do better about being more organized. So here is the pertinent information, including my email address. CKJ3, just re-email it. So let's get back to this. These people.
The Black people have kind of been allowed and encouraged even to frankly behave infantile in public. And we're at a point.
Okay, and the natural question is, okay, who's encouraging them? But no, why we can't. They have been encouraged, but by whom? This is why these fucking racists, like these three on the panel, these anti-Black racists, they are literally stupid. They cannot do a cogent or complete soup to nuts argument. They don't even understand how, if you're going to make these sorts of allegations or theories, you literally have to speak precisely, because normal people would actually have questions. And we're not dealing with normal people on John's panel, of course. But if I were there, and see, this is why John and I would have problems on panels, because I'd be, well, stop interrupting. Well, motherfucker, I'm going to interrupt you to ask who is the they that's doing the encouraging. And then these racists would get all pissed off when I interrupt them. No, motherfucker, you may not finish that thought. You need to be more precise in your language. Don't say Black people are being encouraged. You need to tell us who's encouraging them. Otherwise, you don't really even have an argument. It's speculation. And if you're going to make a speculative argument, the arc of my justice is gonna bend towards you're a fucking racist.
Where I guess the cover is starting to run out. You know, that whole thing about the fatigue and all that, that's another example of it. But a lot of black folk are starting to, we're watching that social grace, or not even grace, but that social kind of deference just be removed from
Yeah.
black people in general. Like, I've heard this phrase a lot to describe black folk as like somehow America's like moral core, because of civil rights and all of that shit.
Let me ask this idiot and deadbeat dad. Okay, say you're not afraid that if it ever comes to a point to where America gets swept clean of the black people because they all the 14-year-old kids have guns. Have you ever thought that you might be mistaken for one of the black people because you're black? So you might go to the gas chamber or whatever it is you actually want to happen to black people. What is the end game? What is the solution? And the weirdest thing is that these anti-black blacks will talk about all the ills of the black community, and I don't usually even care about solutions, but what's the solution? I suspect someone like a hood conservative literally needs, and I really actually think, I don't know that I've ever heard those Gulag boys, SKC and Deacon Dave and what's his name? There are a few of them. I cannot think. I haven't seen them in a while. But the Gulag guys, they want black people to be enslaved, and what they actually want is themselves to be the overseers. It'll be like an Uncle Tom's Cabin. I forget the slaves on Simon Legree's plantation who were the overseers. But they want black people to be re-enslaved, and they just want to be the overseers of the blacks.
Somehow black folk have been given this weird title of like America's moral people or some shit, which is retarded if you think about it. But that very notion of like morality itself being attached to black people or the black cause, all that shit's going away. Social media is one good reason. Body cams are another good reason.
Okay, the dude can't even get his black people are the moral core. Yeah, and there's very good justification for that. But see, this is the other thing these anti-black blacks don't do. He heard it on some YouTube show and didn't bother to go and ask, well, why are people saying that? Because I've heard white people say it. Now, granted, they've been on the left and tended to be liberals, but he just outright rejects the term, but he can't explain the moral core part. You got to know your enemy. If you disagree with what the left is saying, how about go and research why the left is making the claim? But see, either he has been too intellectually lazy to not follow up and ask why, or he thinks the two other people on this panel are so stupid they wouldn't understand either way. I suspect it's option number one. He's not intellectually curious enough to explore an idea that he just wants to shit on. I could explain why. Number one, between Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement, we have driven legislation like the 14th and 15th Amendment specifically, and in the 60s, fair rights, the Fair Housing Act, the Immigration Act, etc. Okay, if it hadn't been for civil rights agitation, let's just call it that, most of these immigrants would not be here. Same thing with fair housing. But people like Hood Conservative are so just fucking obtuse and lazy intellectually, they won't explore why someone would say that. It's really disappointing because, you know, two of the three people up here actually could be, I think they're smart enough. They're just fucking lazy. And Be Brave, I wrote him off years ago.
But for a bunch of individual reasons, the idea that black people are just somehow morally above reproach, we're doing away with that whole shit. And it's for good reason, because it was never really helping us anyway. Like the idea of respectability politics getting thrown out the window in the 90s, this is like a knock-on effect of that. Like, we should pay no respect to people who refuse to be respectable. And that's what's happening now.
That's what I say, man. I'm like, hey, I don't even know. I don't even think they should be allowed to be elected in the office until they clean up their communities. Honestly, that's a strong opinion.
Once again, idiot Galt doesn't understand where are their communities. He means the hood. Once again, I spent a couple years trying to tell these assholes most black people don't live in Southeast. If you go and you look, it could be in DC that most black people live in Southeast, but if you go and you look at the large urban centers, most black people live in the South. And there aren't that many urban centers. You got New Orleans, you got Atlanta, you got Charlotte. I think those would be maybe the three biggest. Then you've got places like Savannah and Charleston, which aren't major urban areas, though I guess you could call them urban areas. But if you've ever been to Savannah or Charleston, we don't have hoods like that. Even the hoods are nice, believe it or not. I don't think Charlotte has hoods like that. If you've ever been, now I'm not right down I think it's I-20, when I go home to Savannah, you'll pass places like Morehouse Medical School and stuff like that. Even the hoods aren't that bad in the South. I'd live in one of those hoods. It wouldn't be my first choice, but you just don't go out at night. But it's not like that in the South. Most black people don't live in Detroit or Chicago or Oakland or LA. They just don't. So what hoods are you goddamn talking about, Galt?
But how can you take up people seriously in elected office, national office?
So this dumb fuck, as a black man, would disenfranchise. So John happens to live in the hood. So would he give up John doesn't vote. That's the other thing that's relevant. So it wouldn't hurt him one way or the other. And if I were on his panel and I asked him, he would go, well, I don't vote anyway. It's really just disturbing. And we'll listen to a little bit more of this part, and then we'll jump to the end, and then we're going to move on. It's why, it was probably that I it's too much just drunken drivel bullshit, and then he kowtows to Be Brave. Dude, it is disgusting that Be Brave is John's father figure. It is like perverse.
Keep their neighborhoods, clean. No one wants to be around them. And I think you're right. And I think it shows up in that Cyrus Belton case, and this is why we're doing the stream, there were 5 black people on that jury. Did you know that, Brave Hood?
No, I didn't
was
know.
curious. Yeah, I was curious about that.
There are 5 blacks on that jury. And I think that those blacks, at least some of those blacks, probably were fed the hell up. Hell, I would go so far as to say, Brave, some of them blacks may have been embarrassed. You hear me?
I'm sure that some of the blacks were in there going around about it, looking at a man who basically got away with murder, and yet they're on his side. That probably, tore him right in half. I mean, what are you going to do? That's why I say that you and I deserve to take a victory lap on this, because we are the channel that is in the last couple of streams bringing apart, driving home the fact that black people are not just misbehaving, they're driving people insane. This verdict was from that standpoint, that this man was driven insane.
Yeah,
it's like these jurors, I'm sure they didn't listen to Be Brave and John, but these jurors, it's just what they listened to us. And they said, we have to take this into consideration. No matter where these people go, they drive people crazy. And that's how this guy got off.
I believe that.
And I think this could be a national thing if it could play out. But they're not going to play this out, because if the major media took this and ran with it, what you would see is a lot more people would come down on the side of, this is obviously where black people drove these people insane. And that's what would come out if they took this national. That's why they're not taking this verdict national.
That's what you think?
Yes.
Well, I think to that effect though, because I plan on talking about this at some point when I get a moment, but I came across a video of some young lady explaining how Mr. Chow is basically a shooter. Like, this is not his first time firing a weapon of anger. I haven't been able to get a makeup on those particular cases. Like, was he shooting at black people every single time? But I would tell you this: there is a very highly likely he was shooting at black people each time, which is getting to my point that there is a phenomenon of non-black people have to open up businesses in black communities. Like, you very rarely see Mr. Jenkins running a little shop in black America. It's always an Asian or an Arab or some Dominicans or some shit. And one of the problems you run into is actually managing the black public. And I think black folk themselves don't want to do business in the ghetto with other black people, because now you got to be the nigga that busts a nigga upside the head, or they're going to be protesting you. It's going to be a headache. And so I think to, back up Brave's point, Mr. Chow seemed like he'd been through some shit with niggas. This is not his first rodeo with niggas. And he is not going to be a victim. He refused to be a loser.
There are videos of Mr. Chow armed, pistol on his side, fighting hordes of black women. The man was a murderer, killer. He had his opportunity right there, where he was surrounded by, a dozen blacks, and he's fighting them.
Hey, one of you niggas hit me, I might shoot you. Multiples? No, it's okay.
He never pulled out his gun. One of the things that's interesting, Brave Hood, has anyone heard the prosecution's closing statements about Cyrus Belton?
Yeah, I heard where he said that why does a 14-year-old black teen need a gun?
Mm-hmm.
And then implied the black teen needs a gun for this reason, implying that he needed his gun to protect him from the store owners.
Yeah, I saw that. That is so funny.
So into these fucking.
Once again, I don't trust Be Brave to understand what implications are. It's birds of a feather here. The 14-year-old with the gun, there's a little bit more that I'm going to play because I need to rehear it. What's happening here is John Galt himself, the father of young children, by the way, basically agreeing with the adultification. I think that's actually a word they use of black children. Like John Galt is basically saying, hey, you know, and again, I'm maybe hyperbolizing a bit, but essentially saying the death penalty for a 14-year-old black man or black kid because he had a gun, having the gun makes that kid an adult. That's essentially what I'm getting from this. I may be wrong. Maybe people will disagree, but we'll let this go on a little bit. It's disturbing. This is a dude who's nominally the father of young children.
Pieces of shit.
Yeah, this is why.
Even if you wanted to get melodramatic about it, even if you wanted to carry on and do your black agenda sick shit, how bold are these people that they think that they can make the claim that the black 14-year-old, and that's what the guy directly referred to. Yeah. How bold do they think that you can take and blame that say that a 14-year-old needs to carry a gun to protect himself from store owners?
Well, if
that's where the black community is at right now.
What you're talking about is one of the eyewitnesses, I think. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about.
I'm looking at the press conference. So I'm going to the press conference.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't think that was in the closing statement. I was
it wasn't. I'm about to play it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw that exact same video with his lawyer saying he needed a gun because of moments like this.
Well, that's what one of the witnesses said, right? And I think the prosecution did say that as well. But one of the witnesses said this: depending on what kind of hood you grow up in, it's normal for a 14-year-old to carry a gun. That doesn't fly in mainstream America.
Well, this is how far away from reality Black America actually is. You know, this is why you really got to get out. And I hate to frame it this way, but like you really got to get away from niggas to see how the rest of the world lives. Just on a regular granular level, it's so radically different in a lot of ways.
At the same time, though, Hood, the same black man who's a felon who didn't know how many felons he had and so on and so forth, he comes out and said, well, he wouldn't want his 14-year-old child carrying a gun. He just justified it. Then out the other side of his mouth, he said, well, I wouldn't want my 14-year-old child carrying a gun. But you blacks have created neighborhoods and environments where you've already said it's reasonable. You just don't want your child doing it.
Well, that's why.
I think he said common, but yeah.
That's why the insanity. When we say they're driving people insane.
Okay, well, the problem here is it's not reasonable for a 14-year-old to carry a gun. There are laws for a reason. I wouldn't trust a 14-year-old barely with a goddamn lawnmower. So how about just discount the notion of a 14-year-old kid, even in the hood? I understand that, we live in the hood and we got to defend ourselves, but that's not a problem with the kid. It's a problem with the environment and the parenting. Now, the reason I'm even playing it this far is the logical leap. So we're talking about kids in the hood, a 14-year-old in the hood. Now, where this goes is Be Brave making a broad generalization. And this is actually kind of the crux. It caught my attention, the logical leap did.
They're driving themselves insane also. Now, it doesn't bother them because they don't mind being insane. But literally, the blacks are affecting everything around them. This is blacks in the city, the largest cities, is the #1 social problem we're facing in this country right now. And we're not allowed to think of that at all.
I'm going to finish off this video because I want you to see a couple things that I noticed. Again, the blacks are just destroying the public space here. But it's just a couple of things I noticed before we move on here. This is what I also wanted to show you, Brave. It's right here. Look. Jesus Christ. Look at them two blacks.
Yeah.
The one in the black shirt,
It's
he
wonderful.
worked there.
Yeah.
Look at them two blacks.
How the Spanish ended up with this black checking their IDs, probably because of the clientele that they ended up with, that they need a black.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're forced into it. That's why I say it. These people, black culture is nothing but a cancer. Everywhere it goes, it just trashes everything it touches. Those Spanish people didn't want to deal with blacks. Trust me. I've been around enough Spanish people. They have to. They need the money. It's good. It's a restaurant. What are you going to do? And then look what they hire Khalid Muhammad with a beard to take IDs. You know, and it's just everything about him is offensive. It's just the most offensive group of people on the planet right now. Black Americans are the most offensive people on the
not even accidentally. It's intentional, right?
And that's another thing. So the logical leap, because I'm not going to even talk about the problems with the term black culture, but all of a sudden you hear bottom feeding, be brave, go from black culture is offensive to black people are the most offensive. Black Americans are the most offensive in the world. See that bait and switch right there? He can't even keep the language precise. It's a problem. But I am going to say this. I see John's up to 2,000, which oddly enough, I'm surprised it's just 2,000. But this sort of thing has a shelf life. You're only going to get so many people who buy into this sort of just like, dude, John is worse than a lot of white racists, to be honest.
That's the funny thing about it. It's like people go out of their way to be hostile or antisocial and then complain that society responds to them negatively. Well, like, you're antisocial. Why should society respond to you positively?
Well, it's they're getting their playbook from their handlers. It says the small hats are the ones.
Yep, we go right from anti-black into anti-Semitism.
That will kick you as they cry out in pain, and this is exactly what the blacks are doing. They're kicking people, and then they're the ones crying out in pain over the
Now, I'm gonna try and choose my words carefully here, but if you really want to go that route, I would say, if you're gonna go that route, it's not just black people. You know, we got a whole president that you could make that racist argument about. These guys are weak. They're so racist, they don't even understand the scope of their own arguments. I don't know. And I'm kind of sorry I even spent this much time. As a matter of fact, let's just jump to the end, because I left Galt's show because this shit is just, I've had a better life ever since I left that motherfucker's toxicity. So I guess I'll start it here. I forgot to timestamp it. But some of the people I noticed there, Brian Nichols, Palomino, Sin 7. Yeah, I know that y'all are over there. It's disturbing that y'all just fucking gobble this shit up for breakfast. And is Chaotic Truth rebranding? Because I think he's on the panel.
Let me see. But anyway, there's so many videos of Mumble Sauce, beat your feet.
Beat your feet. That's all they got on John.
Yeah, I got the video. Man, let me see. Does anyone want to see the video of this shit? CC, you want to see the video? Let me see if I can video.
Okay, and the other interesting person on here is C. Moore's little buddy, Ponder. Ponder literally likes hanging out with these fucking 8th-rate black men who I guess she's just here to mother or, bolster, or what the fuck is her deal? She is so fucking like classy and all this stuff. Why does she hang out with Galt and C. Moore? I don't get it, to be honest. Maybe somebody, and maybe a woman can help me understand her love of gutter snipes.
Then I interviewed a couple white people, and I love DC. And they were like, because of the people.
Two different mind frames, right?
Like two different cities.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what you see in DC here.
It's going to be an interesting ending, folks.
Dance, right? Oh, good day, man. Memphis Jillian. I do want to go through a couple things, CT. I want to get you to respond to this.
All right, I'm here.
Let me see. We just go down the list. No particular order. Here's the first one. All right, here's the first thing.
It's going to be interesting. Don't worry, folks. Genderfication.
9 organization is having conventions in Orlando. I would be willing to give up, as much as I love New Orleans. Why are we going to these red states and giving them convention money? Why are our big organizations like the NAACP and others, when y'all are having your conventions, there are beautiful places to do these in blue states. Why are we not rewarding them? And I would love to see it broaden out. I think it is time to treat these southern states like South Africa. They want to be like South Africa. They want to take a large section of their population and disenfranchise them. If that's what you want to do, we'll just treat you like old South Africa. Should we?
What do you think about this, CT?
What do I think about Joy reading her comment?
Yeah, she's saying we should treat the southern states like New Orleans and all that, like South Africa.
So what is she saying? I mean, she means South Africa in the past. She mean apartheid. I mean, what exactly is she saying?
She's saying let me play some more.
Broaden this out, not just to the SEC, but really to treating all these states the way they're treating us.
Well, this is the first step. We should be looking at, this recent announcement about the Super Bowl going to Nashville in 2030. This is an opportunity for many of us to begin to force NFL to reconsider that decision. In this moment, we are at war because Southern Confederates have declared war on Black rights.
I mean, I don't understand why any D9 organization is having conventions in Orlando. I would be willing to give up, as much as I love New Orleans. Why are we going to these red states?
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I got it. Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What do you think?
I think that Joy Reid and a host of other individuals are on their last leg of I told you what a fire sale was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like people in the chat, it's an asset that's depreciated so bad that an institution or a company would do everything possible to sell it, right? Even if it's worthless. So racism is really on its last leg, and I think she's trying to sell as much as possible. I mean, to tell large institutions that are Black not to have conventions in red states, that's the most absurd shit I've ever heard in my goddamn life, man. Considering the fact that a lot of these institutions were founded in these red states. A lot of these institutions make a lot of money in these red states, man. I don't even know what the hell she's talking about. It doesn't even make any sense.
Tell me what you think about this right here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all glowing, class of 26. Thank you, bro. Y'all need to let the class of 26. They bellowing up.
What do you think so far, CT? Before I play the rest of it.
Of this graduation, I don't really think anything of it. What about it, buddy?
No, I'll play the rest.
All right.
Anything you see here, like, strikes a chord with you?
Class of 26, I see you.
Not really. I mean, what am I supposed to be watching?
Class of 26, we see you there. We see you, class of 26.
What do you think about this so far, CT?
I see you, class of.
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. What am I watching?
This is the Morehouse class of 2026.
Okay.
Dreadlocks, braids.
Class of 26, we see you there. We see you, class of 26.
Dreadlocks.
Well, I do see that, yeah.
Y'all glowing, y'all.
It's interesting. Morehouse, right?
That is kind of fascinating, yeah.
It's the Morehouse.
Did people have dreads when you were in school back in the day?
Hell no, I ain't never had no dreads.
No, I said like your classmates or anybody.
Not my friends. Not the people I know. They have long hair.
For the life of me, man, I don't understand. Why do they do that shit? Like, why do they?
Okay, let me just break this down. And Brian, don't be coming in here. I will literally just time your ass out if you come with that "be brave as a culturalist" bullshit. The motherfucker's a racist, as our hood conservative, as is John Galt. Say culturalist one more time in my goddamn chat, and just you can sit it out and think about what a culturalist is. Let's think about this. So, have you ever seen CT's haircut? Dude, some black people have fucking dreadlocks. Some people have whatever that haircut. Is it a mohawk or some dumb bullshit? Dude. CT talking about he doesn't understand why some black people have a certain type of hairstyle. It's hilarious to me. Like, his hairstyle is like, cool, motherfucker, get a military haircut and then I'll kind of heed what you have to say. So John Galt went to an HBCU, by the way. He graduated from Tuskegee. So maybe it's Morehouse jealousy or some bullshit, but Tuskegee has a special place because it was started by the Booker T. Washington. But okay, so he's sitting here watching the Morehouse graduation, criticizing the graduates because they're graduating with dreadlocks. What does that even mean? Like, they can't get a haircut before they report to their job? It's a hollow, kind of a pyrrhic comment. Who knows what these kids will do over the summer? Maybe they had dreadlocks because it was cool in school. And when they report to their job, whenever they report to their job, they get a fucking haircut. It's a dumb, just like shallow sort of argument. In all John's, it's just fucking racist without thought. Of course, we know racists are stupid. And so a 50-year-old supposedly respectable landlord slash businessman who's smoking and drinking on camera 7 days a week, seemingly 24 hours a day. So he's a paragon of respectability politics. I think dreadlocks is the least problematic behavior by a black person on the panel that I'm looking at right now. You're drunk and high, but you are literally mocking in a racist manner young black graduates of a good school. I know plenty of Morehouse. Shit, one of John's best friends is Philippe, who's like designing like AI data centers and shit. So apparently Morehouse graduates can do some shit. So the best criticism you can get is, oh, look at them. They got dreadlocks. Shallow, shallow, shallow. And this is where I used to get on Galt. Like, dude, you are so fucking shallow with this racist bullshit. I'm just going to mock you. I can't take you seriously. How about I just mock you on your own panel? And it used to piss him off, but what else could I do? I can't take that kind of argument seriously. I want to have fun. I basically treat CM the way I treated John Galt. I went up on CM's panel and just fucking slapped him about the head and shoulders because I can. And the motherfucker took it until he couldn't, just like John Galt. CM is basically a young John Galt, to be honest. So I hope CM's hearing this. He was in the chat earlier. Motherfucker, I rule your own chat. And I'm not paying you Ryan fucking Bardwell money to do it. I'm Stanley Cross, bitch. Keep worrying about whether I'm subscribed to your channel or not. It make me laugh. So anyway, let's conclude this. I want you to hear the end of this though. It's just funny the way it ended.
They wear this hairstyle.
I think it's like antisocial.
It's something, man. It's
so dreadlocks are antisocial. Does that even goddamn make sense? Dreadlocks are antisocial as Morehouse. They're heading into the Morehouse graduation ceremony, but dreadlocks are antisocial. The fuck?
It is very interesting. I will say that. Guys, I'm fucked up.
I couldn't wear that shit, man.
I know. I am jumped out there. I'm fucked up. I'm out.
Yep. That's the ending. I'm John Galton. I'm fucked up. Dude, 50-year-old father of 3 or more. I'm fucked up. Oh boy. What's up, Seymour? I posted the link. Bring your dumb ass up so I can abuse you on my own panel. You know, I got tired of abusing you on your own panel. Come up so I can abuse you on my panel too. So this is a science story brought to you by EAE, who I haven't seen in a few days, but hopefully he wanders back in. He told me a while ago that, Stanley, you need to do more science stories, and I don't do enough of them. I should probably do one every day. But when I do see a good science story, I love to talk about it. So activating this nerve can release stress. Here's how to do it. Social media hype about the vagus nerve tends to be oversimplified. The truth is more complex and more interesting. Let's hear about it. I'd like to touch this lady's vagus nerve, by the way. And it's Washington
Who says
Post.
renting can't feel like home?
God damn it.
Body into a calmer state.
Okay. I am literally going, my subscription ends, I think, next week. I just fucking hate these commercials that they want to do.
Now, and every time you take a long, slow exhale, you're using that highway, an essential part of your nervous system, to bring your body into a calmer state. It's called the vagus nerve, and the myriad ways this vast network of nerves supports your physical and mental well-being is nothing short of remarkable. The vagus nerve is actually not a single nerve, but a vast network of about 200,000 nerve fibers. Tracy, president and CEO of the Feinstein Institutes for Medical Research at Northwell Health, and author of The Great Nerve, The New Science of the Vagus Nerve and How to Harness Its Healing Reflexes. It starts with 2 nerve bundles that run from your brain down the sides of your neck and into the torso, where they touch organs such as your heart, lungs, intestines, spleen, liver, and pancreas. Here's what experts want you to know about the role the vagus nerve plays in your health, what the online hype gets wrong, and how to stimulate your vagus nerve at home. Your body's information superhighway. The vagus nerve helps your body maintain a dynamic state of balance called homeostasis through constant brain-body communication. It is working every second to control things reflexively that you don't think about, Tracy said, such as your heartbeat, breathing, digestion, and immune system activity, also known as inflammation. This is foundational to good health, because severe or ongoing imbalances in these reflexive functions contribute to many disease states, he said. If your heart starts to race, for example, vagal nerve fibers sense that increase and alert the brain, which in turn sends messages down the vagus nerve telling your heart to slow down. About 80% of the nerve fibers send signals up from the body to the brain, Tracy said, while the other 20% sends information the other way. The vagus nerve also plays a key role in nervous system regulation. Many people these days spend too much time in the stress response or fight-or-flight response, said Mil Etienne, a professor of neurology at the New York Medical College School of Medicine and director of neurology at WMC Health's Good Samaritan Hospital. In this state, heart rate, breathing, cortisol levels, and inflammatory markers spike. That chronic stress activation wears and tears on the body over time, said Christopher Wallace Austell, a psychiatrist at Stanford Medicine who has studied vagus nerve stimulation. It's the equivalent of straining your car's engine by constantly having your foot on the accelerator. The vagus nerve functions as the body's brake pedal by enacting the relaxation response or rest and digest state, Etienne said, dropping heart rate, breath pace, cortisol, and inflammation. A nervous system that can efficiently switch between these states as needed and be in the relaxation response more often, exhibiting what's called high vagal tone, is linked to greater well-being, Tracy said. Low vagal tone, on the other hand, is associated with chronic stress, higher levels of inflammation, and diseases such as heart failure and hypertension. Doctors sometimes prescribe a device-assisted medical treatment called vagus nerve stimulation, VNS. Surgically implanted devices placed in the chest and neck are approved or cleared by the Food and Drug Administration for specific conditions, including epilepsy that doesn't respond to medication, treatment-resistant depression, obesity, and post-stroke motor rehabilitation. There are also newer, less studied non-invasive VNS devices placed on the neck or the ear, approved for conditions such as drug-resistant migraines and tinnitus. While scientists are still figuring out how exactly these devices work, one popular theory is that VNS triggers the relaxation response and increases vagal tone, Austell explained. This may in turn activate anti-inflammatory pathways, Etienne added, and put the brakes on chronic inflammation, a known driver of many chronic conditions, including autoimmune disease, type 2 diabetes, cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and heart disease. Misleading hype and unproven products. The vagus nerve has become a hot topic on Instagram lately. I am glad that it's trending on social media, because it is very important to understand how this vagus nerve impacts your overall health and life, Etienne said. But most of the social media content on the vagus nerve is very oversimplified. Tracy cautioned. It's more complicated and more interesting, frankly, than is usually represented online. There are also claims about the health-boosting powers of commercially available non-invasive VNS devices you can buy without a prescription. But there isn't much research on VNS in people without medical conditions, and these devices have not been validated in clinical trials, Austell said. So there is some skepticism in the field about some of these at-home stimulation modalities. Some small studies show that prescription-only non-invasive VNS can reduce the stress response and increase the relaxation response in healthy individuals, Austell said. One 28-person study found that a week of daily 30-minute use improved cardiovascular fitness and post-exercise inflammation.
Folks, question for you. Is this even interesting?
While the placebo...
Just let me know. If it is, we can just, we're 5 minutes, 41 seconds in. We got about 5 minutes to go. Let me know if this is interesting.
Sham device did not, but long-term effects...
I'm sorry, A1 is good enough for interesting or type interesting.
...are unclear, he said. The risk of side effects is low, Austell said, and some people may indeed benefit. But there's not enough data for me to confidently say you should be doing this at home on your own, he said. The field is still too young. He recommends consulting a doctor who knows your health history. How to stimulate your vagus nerve. What about various natural ways of supposedly stimulating the vagus nerve, such as breath work or cold plunging? Can they provide the same payoff as medical VNS? While these activities involve some vagal nerve fibers, comparing them with a medical VNS device is misleading because they don't target the nerve in that same high-powered way, Tracy explained. To call that vagus nerve stimulation is a misnomer at best. That said, certain activities can help improve your vagal tone, especially when done consistently over time, Etienne said. Here are the ones experts recommend. Exercise. One common misconception is that the vagus nerve is stimulated only in conjunction with the relaxation response or calming activities. But the vagus nerve is equally active during exercise, Tracy said, when the body is under stress. One of the best ways to increase your vagal tone is to engage in exercise, Etienne said. Aerobic exercise has been shown to trigger vagal activity, Tracy said. And we know that people who exercise consistently tend to have a lower resting heart rate and better heart rate variability, Etienne points out, associated with higher vagal tone. Breath work. Various types of deep breathing exercises have been shown to affect some of the same markers that VNS devices do, Austell said. A 2025 research review found that certain types of breath work significantly increase the nervous system's relaxation response activity and vagal tone, as well as emotional control, while at the same time reducing cortisol levels, stress, and anxiety. The types of breath practices validated in this research were all slow, taking 6 or fewer breaths per minute, diaphragmatic, inhaling from deep in the belly instead of the chest, and through the nose. Etienne often recommends simple box breathing to his patients, where you inhale, hold the breath in, exhale, and hold the breath out all for an equal amount of time, usually 4 seconds. Meditation. People sometimes notice their heart rate slow down during meditation, Tracy said. Because my heart rate is slowing down, the fibers in my vagus nerve that go to my heart have been stimulated, he explained. It's not clear whether it's the meditation practice itself or the way people may breathe while meditating, usually more slowly and deeply, that is affecting the vagus nerve, Tracy said. Either way, research shows that mindfulness meditation is linked to the relaxation response, a lower resting heart rate and higher heart rate variability, all indicators of high vagal tone. Cold exposure. While the idea that cold plunges improve vagal tone is popular, this one is not as well studied, Tracy said. Some small studies suggest cold exposure on the face increases vagal activity, including under stress, possibly through the effects of the cold on heart rate and breathing. Overall, none of these practices offer the same powerful vagus nerve stimulation as a medical device, but they do have the benefit of being free, time-tested, and generally excellent for your overall health. You end up getting additional benefits that just using a device might not give you, Etienne said. So you're changing your overall internal milieu, as opposed to just doing a quick fix. online, vagus nerve stimulation is no magic bullet. An at-home VNS device or breathwork routine is not going to undo the effects of a poor diet or chronically high stress levels, Etienne pointed out. But the vagus nerve is undoubtedly powerful, and scientists are excited to learn more about how to use it to improve our health. I am very optimistic about the potential of harnessing the functions of this nerve, Austell said. But we're only starting to scratch the surface of what we can really do.
When it comes to the big questions, who you ask matters. From
do-
breaking news to politics.
And then they do damn commercials at the end of it too. Yeah, I just can't deal with this. So we won't have an option in next week, or maybe it's the week after. Probably the week after. I think it's June 14th or 16th. I just can't do it. So anyway, let's see here. Last newspaper type of article. CBS boss Barry Weiss defends firing Scott Pelley from 60 Minutes. Trust was broken after his blow up, and that's the path he chose. Well, I suspect he didn't choose that path without an exit ramp. Barry Weiss is literally going to be the most hated. Her career's over, and she's already been kind of scaled back at CBS. Way to fuck up, Barry. You're going to make Scott Pelley a hero. So a lot of these people are going like YouTube and independent media and doing very well. And that's a good thing. CBS is probably going to wind up CBS is probably going to wind up being driven. It's going to be like a Thelma and Louise thing where they just drive off the cliff and nobody's going to miss them. So I was hoping Bobby Perkins would stop by because he usually asks me, well, what's for dinner? And I appreciate him asking me that. And for today, folks, roasted lemon potatoes, broccoli, and bell peppers. I'll drop this into the chat because I don't think I put it. Well, let me add it to the show notes as well. And I finished it actually about an hour and a half ago. I actually cooked dinner before the show started for once in my life. Hey Stanley, way to go for actually having the gumption to do shit before the show. So here is the recipe link. It's delicious, period. I didn't know, I guess if you actually know Middle Eastern cooking like I should, putting lemons in something like this, it actually winds up perfuming all the vegetables. Because I did it in a closed, like a Corningware casserole dish. Now she calls for doing it on a sheet pan and then covering it with foil. This recipe is for 4. I just needed enough for 2. So the Corningware with the glass top and all that stuff just worked better, and it worked admirably. So and with this is chicken leg quarters, which I'm not a huge fan of leg quarters because they tend to look like dinosaur, like brontosaurus, something you'd eat in a Fred Flintstone cartoon. However, they are good when the boy is home. And these motherfucking 19-year-olds can eat a dinosaur. So there's a recipe in here for the chicken legs, leg quarters, which I didn't use, by the way. It looks good, but I pre-seasoned them. One thing I do have to say, anytime you're doing chicken or even fish, you gotta dry marinate it in the refrigerator overnight number one, to dry it out a bit, so it gets a better crust when you fry it, or even like oven frying. Having the surface dry, it literally makes it a little bit more nonstick. I do it with pretty much steaks, pork. It doesn't matter. You basically have to dry marinade at a minimum. And I don't do a lot of wet marinades and stuff like that. I just don't do it. I don't need to. But overnight, and you might have to flip it so the other side dries. It makes a whale of a difference in the quality of the food or the taste of the food the next day. So this is Stanley's little cooking minute. I might actually incorporate that into the show because I do enjoy. I don't talk about cooking enough, and I just took a couple spoonfuls. It is actually really delicious. I probably should have tossed some summer squash in there, but I got more broccoli. I got more lemons. I might just do this again tomorrow with broccoli and squash. Summer squash would probably be pretty good. And then olive oil. Well, follow the directions. You'll get it right. So let's see. What else have we got here? So I guess we're going to go into videos. The link is posted, folks. If anyone wants to come up, including you, Bong Hit. Don't be shy. It says dare, so dare. All right. So I said earlier that, we'd be talking about some of the things young folks talk about. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, I didn't realize I did that. All right, so what have we here? Damn it. So let's go and something kinda related to what the unambiguously horrible dads were saying. Because we're gonna look at Tamika Michelle second. It's called Teen Takeovers Are Destroying Black Teens. And that's something that John Gall actually has been talking about for a year or two now, with the curfews and black kids, black male teens specifically, or particularly, kind of taking over urban downtown type spaces. So we'll hear in Shamika Michelle can be as horrible as a John Gall, but not as drunken and high. Jesus is her high. But in the meantime, feeling nihilistic, and yes, I say nihilistic versus nihilistic, there's a reason. And you're not alone. What if young people are right? Well, what if they are?
I think we solved everything.
Oh God.
That was the promise at the beginning of this. We would solve everything.
Lately, I've been feeling overwhelmed. I read headline after headline, and I just feel helpless.
$1.8 billion, what the president calls an anti-weaponization fund to compensate Trump allies.
The U.S. Supreme Court today struck down one of Louisiana's majority Black congressional districts.
Some economists say businesses are now replacing entry-level jobs with artificial intelligence.
And even if you go to protests, even if you go to the ballot box, it just still feels small in the face of these challenges. To more deeply understand where we are and how to move through it, I sat down with my colleague, columnist Tressie McMillan Cottom, and New York Magazine writer Brock Collier. Tressie, Brock, thank you so much for being here with me today.
It's a real pleasure. Happy to do it.
So I really want to talk about feelings today, how we're feeling about politics.
Give me one sec here. Oh my Lord, Tracy Tracy Cottom has lost a shitload of weight. Man, oh, wow. Now, Tracy Cottom McMillan is a sociology professor at University of North Carolina. She's kind of famous, actually. And she's also a New York Times opinion columnist. And she used to be kind of, well, let's just say heavy. Wow, that is a huge change and much for the better.
Politics, I think, is genuinely important. But before that, I want a few numbers just to ground us in the reality of this conversation. According to the most recent Harvard Youth poll, one of the most defining shifts among young people is a loss of perceived agency. Half of them feel like people like them have no say in the government. There's a feeling that what they do has no impact on what happens next. And that feeling, that lack of agency in the face of the world, is really what I want to talk about, how it affects us, how we move through it. Here are just a few things that have happened in the past few weeks. Trump created a $1.8 billion slush fund to benefit the Jan 6 rioters. The Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act. We're still at war with Iran. How do you react? How do you feel when you read these headlines? And how do you process these emotions?
How you feeling? I mean, I just left lunch with two people and I asked them how they were feeling. And I feel like the word I hear the most often is numb.
Lord.
I think sometimes, during the first administration, I was almost more emotionally worked up, even though it wasn't nearly as bad as now. Like, you had to just get used to this man being omnipresent in our lives. And now we've been dealing with Trump for so many years that it just doesn't feel, I don't know, I rarely react to anything with too much feeling. I think when ICE was taking over Minneapolis,
I'm going to say this right quick. This dude actually reminds me of Napstar for some reason. This lady, very Napstarian. So I just wanted to add that and let us go.
felt really intense for me for whatever reason, but everything else, you just kind of read it and
Why
move
do you
on.
think that the ICE raids in Minneapolis felt particularly activating to you?
I mean, this sounds horrible, but there was a sense that it could happen. It could impact your life soon. We're in New York. The question was, is he coming to our city next? Is he going to that city next? There was something kind of, like I'm really just worried about myself and how my life is impacted in that fear. But it just felt like, oh, he's literally taking over a city. And that's freaky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't spend a lot of time reflecting on what Donald Trump is doing, or I really try not to. I have tried to limit my exposure to like exactly what you just did, that weekly roundup. I subscribe to some services that'll give me a brief on the day, on the week. And that helps me not sort of spiral out into the details of all of the intersecting sort of global scale crises that seem to be ongoing in our lives. To Brock's point, Trump 1.0, I think, felt different than the current administration, in part because it felt like an anomaly. That, right, if we could just sort of solve for X, meaning Donald Trump, and also X in the sense of the former Twitter.com, if we could just solve for X, we could get back to regular life. I think part of what has happened is the slow acclimation to the reality that this is regular life, that there is not necessarily.
Can someone tell me, is her haircut a Gumby? Is that like that off-kilter thing or asymmetric maybe? Is that a Gumby? Can some young Black man tell me?
Going back, right?
Yeah.
I think part of that is due to the fact that there is no idyllic past that we can sort of escape into. I think we are accepting that whatever is to happen next, it will be new and it will be different. Now, different can be good, but different can also be bad.
Yeah.
And I think the paralysis is about not knowing which it will be.
Does this extend to the people around you, to how other people around you are feeling about the world and the news, the way that you're describing?
Yes and no. I occupy a really interesting place, sort of professionally and personally. On the professional side, so I would say among my, if I'm honest, my better educated, better sort of inoculated friends, the ones who are going to feel the least amount of crisis and instability in their lives because they are highly educated, they are high income earners, they're sort of, solidly middle class and in the middle of their lives. And so they're settled, tend to have the most anxiety, which I think is interesting. Then there's this other part of my life that is a sort of broader cross section of people by like class and race and region across this country, but they seem more pragmatic about what is before them. And I think that pragmatism helps give them a sense of agency. Interestingly enough, I think it is.
Okay, let me help this young man out. Okay, son, I don't give a fuck whether I'm on your good side or bad side. Learn how to take a joke. And I warn you now, I'm a different animal than someone like CM. You don't want to fuck with me, Napstar. I'm not John Galt. I'm not Seymour. I don't give a fuck about your good side or your bad side. I made a joke. You fucking deal with it or get the hell on. Period. I don't get intimidated by little peanuts like you. Son, save it. We can get along or we can not get along, but either way, I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say on my goddamn channel. Not a damn thing you can do. Don't get on my bad side, bitch. And I'm not Universal Jones either. Little freaky, little non-articulate motherfuckers like you don't scare me, son. You don't have a side. You're just in my chat. You best fucking get it through your fucking little head. I don't give a fuck about you. You can get along or you cannot get along. I don't give a fuck.
The sense that you have to sort of get to a level of acceptance before you can act. And so in that part of my life where there are people organizing in their local communities or even just understanding what the politics are in their local area, a lot of people in my lives have sort of rededicated themselves to understanding local politics and civics and what is possible. Those people in my life right now are actually doing a little bit better. And I think there is a lesson in there. There's a certain type of work that exhausts us, right? That is overwhelming. And then there is a type of work that refuels you.
That makes a lot of sense. And I want to drill down on that. Like, can you say even more explicitly why it's the people who are materially the most comfortable and perhaps the most protected from these existential threats impacting their daily lives imminently who are the most anxious?
Oh yeah. We really struggle in American discourse with understanding status and status anxiety and how much our sense of well-being is tied to knowing my place in the world, right? And especially if you have been groomed to perform well in that system, to go to the right schools, to pick the right profession, to marry the right partner, to make the good, right, proper decisions, there was supposed to be some good, right, proper outcome to all of that, right? And for a long time, we've been able to assume that all of that outcome was a consequence of our individual decisions. I think some people are experiencing, for some of them the first time, the realization that there are some things that are bigger than our own individual choices, that you could do everything right and things still may not come out positively.
Okay, and for the idiot John Galt, who Tracy Cotter McMillan is literally no, it wasn't John Galt. It was the idiot conservative. She's literally talking about how, and I think the way I've said it is Black Americans, legacy Black Americans, Black Americans with deep roots in American history, we know America better than even the legacy white Americans. We raised your kids, historically. She's literally talking about, white people or white boys in the rural are suddenly realizing that motherfucking Trump doesn't give a fuck about farmers. Elon Musk doesn't give a fuck about you. Ooh, they called it an opioid crisis, but they haven't really done much about it except go out and kill some fucking drug boats in the Caribbean or suspected drug boats. Dude, this is the irony of white supremacy that history should have taught folks, and they don't teach it to you in high school. The plantation class Southerners would have enslaved what they considered white trash, except the white trash had guns, and it would have been a war to do so. Instead, they just decided to politically and psychologically and culturally manipulate the Be Brave class. Okay, Be Brave would have been a private fucking at Antietam or some shit like that. Motherfucker, hey, this is something these fucking whites don't understand. Your rich social betters would just as soon as enslave you like they did the blacks. And there is historical proof of this. It's rather easy to find. So the point that Hood Idiot doesn't understand is that, blacks have been trying to tell these poor whites back in like a Wilmington, North Carolina, I think it was 1896, where the rich plantation class North Carolinians basically did the only political coup on American soil, if I remember correctly. There were whites and blacks in Wilmington, North Carolina, who formed like a coalition government, and everyone was getting along. And the fucking upper class, plantation class whites could not have this. They literally deposed a city government and killed a bunch of black people. And it was really all because some black newspaper editor, he was owner editor of this black newspaper, said something about, hey, black men should be able to marry white women. And I just fucking blew the whole thing up. So yes, black people have known a lot about that Be Brave level America for 200, probably more than a couple centuries. White people are the most fucked up Americans we got. So yes, Hoodservative, black people actually understand America, and the smart ones, unlike you, know their enemy. And you're a goddamn idiot. You and your daddy Be Brave. Be Brave raised two sons. One's named John and the other's name is Hood. Probably John Bell Hood, Fort Hood. Motherfucking Hoodservative was named for a fucking Confederate general, probably. I assume Hood and Servative is your real name, by the way.
I also think that there is a fear that this moment is going to ask something of us. So again, some of the paralysis is about not knowing what to do. some of the paralysis is about knowing exactly what needs to be done and understanding that is going to take some sacrifice, right? I think the larger backdrop of everybody's anxiety is the political moment, but the political moment itself is a reflection, I think, of us dealing with the anxiety of climate crisis and just sort of massive global changes. We are going to have to change the way we live. That's just the truth of the matter. And for some people, that will be a greater sacrifice than for other people. And I think paralysis can be a way to try to hold off the inevitable decision-making that has to come, which is, okay, how are we going to live different? And how is the American way of life? How do we redefine it? And then consequently, what will be my place in it?
That makes a lot of sense. And my father's side of the family were Polish Jews. My entire father's side of the family were in concentration camps. My grandparents were the only ones who survived. And I grew up thinking one day I too will be tested. One day there will be this dramatic moral battle where I will have an opportunity to be tested and to be good. And I thought about that a lot as a child growing up in the 90s. And I feel like now I'm in this space where I'm like, oh, but is this what it looks like? It's so slow. It's so incremental. It's so unclear to me how I act in this moment. And I think that's part of what I've been struggling with.
Yeah.
I think also when it comes to personal responsibility, especially for young people, this generation that was maybe graduated high school or college during COVID and COVID was the big test of that personal responsibility. Am I going to mask and care for my community? But so many young people are, questioning the vaccines. And I think for this generation that, all these states didn't make the best decisions when it came to opening or closing schools. And they feel like, oh, I kind of did my part and what was it for? And it didn't help me. And it just all seems to have been wasted or something.
It does make a lot of sense. And it's one of the things I've been thinking about is we live in such an individualized society that it feels like we must be able to do an individual action that is going to be big enough, bold enough that it will have the kind of impact that we want to see on the world. And I'm curious where you think about sort of individual action versus collective organizing and how you see the interplay between our generally individualized society and actual organizing and activism.
When I see that Harvard Youth poll, and I speak to college students all the time in my capacity as a professor, there is a sense that why do I delay my gratification today if there is no social payoff? And the reality is they are right. No one is telling them what the new thing will be. And I think some of the overwhelm and the dissociation and paralysis that we see in something like that poll is as much about the fact that we have not socialized them to this moment.
That's really interesting. I think that as a millennial and as a queer millennial, it was really easy for me to believe it gets better. There will be progress. There will be social progress in the world. My life as a gay person between 16 and now has become so much more.
Hey, Wale. Now, I am going to say I'm very disappointed that she is gay. That disappoints me. She is so cute. So what you got there, Wale? How you been?
I don't see why her being gay should disqualify you.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't see why her being gay disqualifies you. I mean, disqualifies.
I'm talking about the her on the right.
Well, whichever one if you find her interesting, I'm sure.
Well, no, listen to what I just said.
Okay.
The her on the right.
Oh, okay. I don't know. That's up to you. You know what they say, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder.
How you been?
I've been good, Stanley. I heard you did something. I gotta damn, I was trying to get on you that day, but you had chocolate and you and chocolate were making whoopee. So I said, you know what, I'll check you another time. And and then you
I'm not aware of what we're watching. You're a celebrity.
I can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear you too. You have a fuss
No, not at all. I got notified because when I subscribed to your channel, and they say Stanley put out something that mentions you, and I was talking about me, right? And I
Oh yeah,
mentioned
yeah,
me.
yeah. I put out several shorts. There's some shorts where I literally say, well, Wale talks about, his father or something like that. So absolutely positive stuff. Um,
So I
so
went in. I heard something in the day. I think that was the same day I came by. You and Chocolate was talking, but you were talking to somebody before that, or prior to that.
mhm, mhm.
Before Chocolate came on. I don't know who or what, but it seemed like it was a woman. And yeah. But
If
anyway,
I
that's why I
recall, it was
came.
probably Tamika.
Okay. But I wanted to mention that I had seen the notifications. Sometimes people say they don't get notifications and all that stuff.
Well, I'm glad actually you did, because I'm not sure anyone gets notifications, to be honest.
Yeah. So I'm assuring you I got at least two. The one for today
Oh,
and the
well,
one that I spoke on.
well, nice. Maybe I'm back in the good graces, because you'll hear people talk about, well, I'm shadow banned. I don't care. I do what I
Thank
do.
you. You know what? You remind me of my thought when I was I was doing something and I went out the back door. I had a business. I went out the back door to
Mhm.
take out the trash. And it was two suits back there going through the trash. You know what I mean by suits, right?
What? Okay, yeah, I think I do.
Okay. So it was two suits back there going through the trash. So I paused when I saw them and they paused. They stood up like they had to, they were trying to think of what to do. And I just threw the trash in and went back inside the building and went in the trash back in the can and went back inside. I was thinking to myself, look as much as you want, man. I hide nothing. You can't find nothing on me. I got to be wrong to get caught like that. That's what they be looking for, something to get on you. And if
Oh
that's
yeah, yeah,
why
yeah.
that was funny, man.
So how you been? It's been a few days.
But you don't have to be all paranoid talking about they shadow banning me. How do you prove that? I don't know.
Well, let me, the suits. You probably didn't hear this story. When I was in the Navy, my first job required like a really high clearance. Um, and most of my jobs, even in the short 5 years I was in, I always had to have like these high ass clearances and stuff. So the FBI and the DIA and all these people are doing background checks, and they go interview neighbors, like where you grew up and stuff. So my mother told me this story, maybe a couple years, after it happened. She's like, well,
Mhm.
the across the street neighbors, well, Mrs. So and so came over, and she's like, well, is Stanley in any trouble? Anything we can do to help? The FBI came and they started asking all kinds of questions about it. So they thought I had committed some crime or shit.
Mm.
And no, it was just a background investigation for a clearance. But
Same thing happened to me. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
in my
but
case.
I grew up in an all black, kind of middle class ish neighborhood. So,
Uh-huh.
apparently, the cops will come by and go, well, what kind of boy was he? Was he always polite? Was he burning shit up? Was he shooting the place up? It was so cool because honestly, when I grew up in my neighborhood, riding at night, my father, he me and my sister bikes, and
Your
we just
voice
go
is
ride
fast.
around the neighborhood.
I don't know if everybody getting it the same way, but periodically you go to spazzing.
Okay, yeah. Let me. I noticed that. Let me switch over. I'm on. I'm on my. Well, let's switch over to the backup network. I'm on my. Usually, my primary network is the 5G router. So let me switch over. Just give me a second. Okay, this should be more stable. Switched over to FiOS, which I've been wanting to get rid of because it's so goddamn expensive. But guess I need to keep it as a backup at least for now.
Yeah, I know some people say that it's a reverberation. That's why I keep turning off my speaker.
Well, no, you usually there's an echo or something, but you sound fine.
Yeah, that was. I just wanted to mention to you about that thing about the, whatever that was. Oh,
Well,
the
I'm
thing
glad
about
you came up.
yeah.
Why don't you stay up here? This
Did you?
particular video we're looking at right now is what if young people are right? You know, they're taking a millennial perspective. You know, everything's fucked up. And I honestly, again, you know, having read a lot of American history, every generation runs into this. That's what the whole 60s thing was generational, you know, a generational conflict, essentially. You know, sexual revolution, generational conflict. Even civil rights to a certain extent was generational. So anyway, let's play some more of this. And I am disappointed that the lady in the green, she is cute as a button. And I don't know. Shit. It's not like I would ever meet her. I just I think she is so pretty in the face. Unusually pretty in my estimation.
Possible. I can imagine getting married. I can imagine having kids in a way that when I was a teenager seemed so far away. And it happened so quickly. And I think part of what's happening now is this sort of backlash, whiplash, this feeling of, oh, we kept believing that things would get better, but actually, why would we think that? It's entirely possible for things to simply get worse. I wonder how you think about that through the lens of your
I mean, I think in some ways, like every
Mhm.
generation thinks that the things that are happening to them are unique to
Mhm.
them. But then you have this generation where they're actually like, things are happening to them that have never happened. You know, pandemic, the onslaught of AI. I mean, talk about this kind of paralysis. It kind of feels like with AI, we're in that moment right before the pandemic where we were all talking about it, but we really didn't know what the effects were.
You were saying something?
Yeah, that's a guy that's on the screen, right?
Apparently.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to make sure that we all seeing the same thing. That's all.
What did you? Yeah, we're seeing the same thing.
Gonna be.
Okay, and
So what are we gonna
you're
do? It feels like we're in a
find the
very
other
similar
person.
moment with.
I'm sorry, what?
And you say you find the other person in the green to be cute. Let's say just cute. Yes.
Yeah. Is
Okay. Good.
this person wearing green?
Which person?
You know what? Let's play the video.
I'm saying this is a guy
right.
And then when you move it over, is someone wearing green in the middle of these three people. I didn't realize right away it was.
Apparently, she is a lesbian female.
Oh, that looks like a dude transvestite to me.
Okay, the one on the screen now or the one in the green?
The one on the screen now.
Okay, is this guy wearing green?
Not at all.
Okay, so you get where I'm going with this, I hope.
That now, 10 years ago, it felt like Gen Z, these young people, they were going to save everything. The kids are going to be all right.
Yeah.
The Parkland survivors were rallying around gun violence, and Greta Thunberg and the Sunrise Movement were talking about environmentalism. And all of that seems to have gone away. We don't really have this idea anymore that young people are going to save us. We think of them as these, kind of jobless, lost creatures stuck on their phone with no ability to do anything.
And is that accurate in your experience? Is the apathy described in that poll something that you actually see in the world?
I think so. I mean, I don't think, again, what we're circling around here is what do we do? And yeah, what do you do to get really tactile about it? You're going to recycle? You're going to quit buying from Amazon? You're going to, nobody's going to give up their social media to protest the tech companies. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there is a feeling of the majority of Americans want stricter gun control laws. Many Americans want abortion access. And yet, even though there's majority opinion on these issues, they haven't moved towards that opinion. And it can feel so frustrating to be like, what do we have to do to make this happen? Tracy, I'm curious because you teach and you're with students all the time. Is this apathy that we're describing something that you see?
No, and then there's also a lot of self-selection here. Let me be fair. If the students who find me usually are the ones who are really struggling to feel agentic. And so that will skew my perception just a little bit. I take this apathy, I think is a little bit more complex. What I see on the ground is a divestment from our political system, from electoral politics, from retail politics that have operated as usual for all of young people's lives with very little material effect. And in fact, the only material consequences most young people can see to political action has been on the side of reclaiming rights, taking away people's citizenship, right? Making the world less pluralistic and less equal. And so in that sense, I'm not sure that that's apathy as much as it is an accurate assessment of their political reality, which to your point is none of us believe in this thing. And yet there doesn't seem to be anything that we can do about it. So I separate out the accurate assessment or diagnosis of the political problem from whether or not young people feel like they can do something. We have just come off of the last 3 years of really, maybe not a historical high, but a historical moment of a lot of young people organizing, a lot of young activists. And what happened to most of them is surveillance, stigmatization, expulsion, right? Some of their lives have now been marked, or they certainly have the feeling that their lives have been marked over the life course precisely because they tried to do the type of agentic action that we're asking them to do. And then we come and we say, well, do you feel like you have control over your life? I don't know that it's so much apathy as a reality that some of us are far removed from.
I don't know. It's funny. I think young people, when it comes to protesting these, obviously the pro-Palestine protest on campuses got a lot of media attention. And to your point, those students were punished for it. I think that they were also held to strange standards by adults in the left and the media who wanted their politics to be perfect. And their politics were inherently flawed in many cases, but they were held to different standards. But I think because of that, what is a protest going to do? I also think that young people sometimes they have trouble focusing these kinds of public demonstrations. I don't know. I was at a Pride March last year and everybody started chanting and against AOC. And it was just so strange. And you look at these Palestine protests and you see the LGBTQ flags, which become this dog whistle for the right. And I find that unfair, but I'm also we should focus this. Why are there pride flags? What are we doing here? What is the goal? What are
Hey, let me, so here is, I think this is Ryan Bardwell. Maybe he's talking about me. Let's listen to this shit. This dude is fucked up as I thought he was. Maybe.
That sounds like a script to me.
Yeah, and he did it to everybody. Even he's worse than the blacks. Worse than the blacks. Oh, you blacks, go ahead. So he talks about it. It gets old. So okay, this is
I was on his ass last night. I was on his ass last night. Nigga, you got black lips. Nigga. You from Congo. You ain't. That's why you hate American
Listen
black.
to these people.
He's from Congo.
Oh, you black lip
Listen to
motherfucker.
these people.
Congo.
Talking about other people's hair and shit.
Oh, he'll do that. Anything to deflect from what he is, that's what he'll do. I promise you. Well, if it deflects from him, that's what he'll do.
Listen to these people.
Oh, you have kids you don't raise? Well, you motherfucker.
It's all about me. Every show's about me.
So
What's up with that, Moxie? Why do they care about me so much?
Bet that it's a legit show.
Parody. It's parody.
You have children that you don't raise?
When he told me to self-deport, and then he started crying about that I'd self-deported, that's parody. Yeah.
Wait a minute, Stanley. You told somebody.
Hey, I'm not gonna drop you from my panel. Self-deport, motherfucker. Oh, that's
okay.
like one of my best jokes. It made me laugh. But
Okay.
this is what happens. This is what happens when the smart fuck with the dumb. Ryan, son, I peeped your whole card, to use an old-fashioned term my mother used to say. Dude, you can't hang, Ryan. And little Clifford, dude, and notice how Ponder's gonna be silent. She's just sitting there letting this shit happen. Dude, I could take all three of them on this panel right now and fucking crush the three of them. Dude, I love threefers. I'm sorry, Wale, I kind of talked over you. Dude, they are crying about what I did to them. You don't know how much this satisfies me. I just fucking bent their little motherfucking egos and they're crying. This is my dude. My inner Machiavelli is very satisfied right now. Hear the evil laughter. So I'm sorry. I'm not calling in over there, Moxie. I just want to hear what they got to say. Wale, I'm sorry. I please speak. And I know you don't approve of this behavior. So but it's so satisfying. I have stepped on their egos and left a footprint. Come on, Wale, I know you want to beat me up for this behavior. So I'll take my chastisement from you, Elder.
Stanley, I understand what you're doing, except, to me that kind of dropped off when you reach a certain maturity. Drop.
Wait, Elder, are you calling me Elder? I totally agree with that assessment, by the way.
I understand the self-indulgence, though. I could be.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
You asked me, and I'm telling you, I wasn't saying nothing.
All right. Sorry, sir.
You're doing your thing.
Go ahead and chastise me.
No, you asked me what was my concept, and I told you.
And I did. And please speak your mind. And oddly enough, I wouldn't know. You're probably the only person on YouTube that I would even ask. So My bad for interrupting you. Say your piece, and then let me know when I can speak. And I'm not going to even contradict you because you're right.
I said my piece. I'm good.
So, okay, well, I'm immature. I will apologize to you, Wale, for my bad behavior. But
I don't think you were immature. I think the behavior displayed is even I mean, you would say that about someone once you stood outside.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
However, look, I'm
Mm-hmm.
always me. I don't change who I am. I don't code switch. I literally, even when I was a kid, I was the same on the basketball court. I was the same in class. I never code switched because my brain doesn't work that way. Now, it could be that I'm just not that bright. But why but why code switch? It works for me. Who I am needs to work in the situation I am, and if I can't make it work, then I don't need to be in that situation. Seriously. If I can't figure out the problem and be myself in the problem I solve, then I don't need to be there. And it's literally worked for 61 years. It's never being myself. No, I've had some setbacks, I've had some failures, but in the end, being myself is the only way I can be. I'm not going to be cool. I'm not going to pretend to be something I'm not. It's just not me. I'm either smart enough to figure it out or I'm not. And if I'm not, then I don't need to be there or doing or, it's just how I feel about it. It's either all in or all out, not half in. So I kind of impose that on other people. For better or for worse, it doesn't always work. But honestly, Seymour is not that bright. And Ryan Bardwell knows this. So does Questions to Ponder, but they're just going to humor him and just let him talk all kinds of shit he doesn't actually understand. Dude, now he had a live. He was live when I went live a couple hours ago. Let's see, how long ago was it? When I went live 3 hours ago, he was live. I didn't go over there going, oh, hey, I'm going to be live. But he showed up in my chat trying to get some people from here to go over to there and all that. Which I think is uncool. Dude, you don't go into another man's chat and just go, oh, hey, I'm live. Y'all come here. That's essentially what he does. And I'm going to have to discipline him from that. I may even just I may just, ban him from the chat. It's uncool. That is something as a content creator, when you're live, you don't go into another live and just go, oh, y'all do this. But, I'm looking at his live while I'm live. So that's a little bit of a, no as well. So, oh, well, I can't just say, hey, you did this when I'm doing that. However, dude is out of his depth. Ryan Bardwell is out of his depth. I don't give a fuck about his money because I don't need it. CM does. So they are gonna go, and I see they've moved on to something else. So anyway,
seems to me in order to get the bigger numbers, like for subscribers and for viewers, one would have to fall into a certain category where I call it the children category. Because anyway, if you can get your stuff, what they call, is this made for children or something like that, you can get over, because over half of the population on these things are children. But if they feel like they
How do
can't,
you define children? Because my show specifically, it is a flag that's a permanent setting. It's not for under 18. That's
right?
every show I do, every short I do, not for under 18.
But the the people who get millions of viewers and subscribers and all that stuff, they don't have to check that box. Mostly
I'm
because
not
of
one.
three.
I'll just
Mostly
yeah.
because of
I'm just not going to be one of those people.
yeah. I was just saying mostly because of three things, just to identify what's going on. That's all.
Mhm.
That's all. Do your thing, man.
I have morals. I'm not. Look. It's 18 or above. I will be monetized one day, and it's kind of going to be a dilemma because even if I reach the status, because I'm always going to have the views. That's the oddest thing. I get a shitload of views, but I don't get a lot of subscribers. And in the end, what I do is not for everybody. Apparently, it's not real popular, but I'm not going to change to be popular. I'll get monetized when I get monetized. But the thing is I'm not even sure I want that. I want the option, but I do okay with just the cash apps hanging out with the crew. I don't need the monetization. Not like I'll be okay. It's just nice to have money to pay for the newspaper subscriptions because I actually do put a little effort into the show. is weird and unorganized as it seems to be sometimes, but I'm not willing to be something I'm not. I'm not willing to talk about things I'm not interested in. I don't have to. So, um, it is what it is. I'll get monetized or have the opportunity. And even I'm thinking, even if I do, I don't need super chats and all that stuff because it's a distraction sometimes. Um, you know, I I get some beer money from my buddies who just kind of, hey, let's let this idiot have some beer. That's pretty much what it is. So and I'm happy. I love doing the show, by the way, Wale. As a matter of fact, it's so
I
funny.
see you on every day, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's probably a little too much. But I enjoy it. I've been doing shows that are way too long, but I'll get in the flow and people will come up here and I'm just, dude, it's actually kind of a hangout, at times. And I appreciate the show. I appreciate the opportunity. And I do get to talk about what I want to talk about.
There you go.
So let's get back. And again, these are young people.
You know what? Too, the terms they're using, like millennial and Gen Z. I don't even know what them things are, but it seems like the woman on the extreme right seems to have a more relatable perspective to me.
Oh, this is so funny, dude. I'm gonna have to give me one sec. Con, yes. Let me go ahead and copy and paste that. Yeah, that throwaway phrase, but it is funny when you read it. It is actually funny. Did I just say that? Thank you, Con. Damn, that is funny when you read it, though. Our super chats are a welcome distraction. Good for you. That is clever. I'm sorry, Wale. This is why I love this crew. I wasn't even, God damn it, I'm dumb. I didn't even catch that line. So I'm sorry. But bottom line, and I was about to say, these three are an interesting trio So you got the I guess transsexual male on the left, the lesbian woman in the center who's just gorgeous. I don't know why I find her so attractive. And yeah, she's portly. Let's use the word portly. I just think she's got a lovely face. And then Tracy Cotter McMillan, a very distinguished professor of sociology at the University of California, who's lost quite a bit of weight and got a haircut. And she might be my speed, except she's married. So, but it's an interesting dynamic, very 2026.
What are we really organizing around? They're a little scatterbrained. I think that young people protesting are a little scattered.
Which, of course, leads us to talking about the No Kings protest, which has been a historically large protest in this country. And yet, I know that sometimes I feel like, is that effective? And I was an activist as a teenager. I believed very strongly in the power of protest. And I think that sometimes now it can sort of feel like, well, we're making the largest protest in US history. Mm-hmm. That protest has a very clear organizing idea. There are no kings in America. It's easy to get people to rally around that. And yet that protest skews much older. And I'm curious your thoughts about this.
Yeah, I don't want to completely characterize young people's activism and organizing as like the only form of organizing that does not have like a clear articulation. I think that's just an American problem. Even when we have, to your point about like No Kings rallies, a sort of clear unifying message, on the ground looks just as complicated. The same thing where like people's messages are speaking past each other. I wouldn't know how to both pack the court and get the government out of my life. And yet you'll see both signs, right, at one of these like massive demonstrations. To some degree, that's just the function of like trying to do a massive spectacle, right? A big tent will bring people who have internal contradictions. And that is not unique to young people's organizing. I think part of it is that the way we cover some of the more middle age, middle class, if I'm frank, the more, holdover from the 1960s ideal of protesting, the way we cover them does not get into those contradictions nearly as much as we get into young people's organizing. To your point, I think we hold them to unfair standards, right? In part, I think because we kind of resent them for living in this little bubble of like a socialist utopia, which is what college is. And so we're a little resentful of that. And we think that our organizing is more practical and material. And frankly, I'm not sure that it is. But it is very important, I think, for us to acknowledge or like to really come to accept that in the 21st century, what has happened with the corporate capture.
Something that another friend of the show, Tropes, said, which is, in my opinion, a really important dialogue. So Tropes basically says, I'm not beating up on your tropes. Please don't take it this way. So Tropes says he feels like it's satire when the person on the left speaks. It's hard to listen to what they are saying and not focus on how they're saying it. Okay. Well, you really got to focus. And my point is how they're saying it. I assume you mean the timbre of the voice and stuff. It's abnormal to listen to what someone's saying when you have sight and you're looking at them. And this is literally the bane of white supremacy. You judge everybody on skin color. And this is what I mean by white supremacy has literally ruined America. It's ruined white people too. We are so focused on what people look like that we focus on that and don't listen to what they're saying. We focus on whether they're fat. We focus on their race. We focus on, ooh, are they racially ambiguous? We focus on their haircut. We focus on so many things. We are literally a judge a book by its cover society. And it is intentional, in my opinion. This patriotic education bullshit. Trump is literally more concerned with how some woman looks. To an extent that there's like a Trump look with the pouty lips and the blonde hair and all this bullshit. Dude, America elected the most esoteric, surface level moron of a president possible. And I've literally said that Donald Trump is probably the most American president, at least in the modern era, that we've ever had. Dude doesn't want thinkers. He wants doers, but the doers have to do what he wants done. Like America is his company, and his cabinet is the board, and he's chairman of the board. This is why America is going to fail in the near term. We're in a slow, flat spin with this Iran war, and it's gonna get worse, folks. And I remember the night Trump got elected, people just wanted to beat me up and I did get a little verklempt. Yeah, I was sad that Kamala lost, but boy, howdy, the pain might have been worth it because motherfucker, I told y'all so. Trump has exceeded my expectations, but in a negative way. So, Trump is literally just confirming what America is. He is not the cause of America's problems. He is a symptom. And the people who elected Donald Trump, those who will admit to it, they're the problem. Every goddamn single vote that voted for Donald Trump is the problem. And I'm going to stand on that one.
Of the surveillance infrastructure that this country has built and is continuing to build. One of the reasons why I think Minnesota was a flashpoint was because we saw materially, I think for many of us, the first time, what that surveillance dragnet looks like. And some of the fear that, yes, this might happen in my community was, I think, also a fear that, they can turn that on me in an instant. And yes, they will. And we don't yet know how to deal with that. And I think until we get to that place, I think we're going to feel a little politically neutered.
I think that's really wise. Around the No Kings protest, Erica Chenoweth has introduced this idea that if you have 3.5% of the people in the streets, the government has to listen. And the No Kings protest have had 2% of the population. There's other research now showing that more than peaceful protest, economic disruption and boycotts might be more effective than peaceful political protests and marches. And how do we think about civic engagement in a world where perhaps the old models of what we think of as useful need to change a little bit in terms of what could actually affect change in the country?
Yeah, I think the marches and the spectacle still matters. I think the issue here is that it cannot be the only form of engagement. And to your point, economic boycotts, which I'm gonna define pretty broadly, because I think there's like the sort of big level where we look at something like the Target boycott, or you can look at the boycott of CBS in response to censorship that holds a lot of promise. But there are a range of others. And the question is how comfortable Americans are with being truly disruptive, right? And I think a lot in this moment about finding the points of friction in the system, right? You don't have to have a perfect politics. You don't have to have a perfect march, right? But I do think we need a better analysis of if we do aim our disruption, an economic boycott at the system, where can we be the most disruptive in a way that will force, right, politicians or the electoral process to listen to people's will. That has become a little more complicated, a little bit more textured, but I do think it is both still possible, and I think it is the only immediate way forward.
It also makes me think, just thinking in my lifetime, the most successful political, like economic boycott I've ever seen is the right's boycotting of Bud Light over partnering with Dylan Mulvaney.
Exactly. That's a great one, yeah.
And that Bud Light never recovered. And I don't know, I think the left is almost too big tent, too divided, too scatterbrained, and too complacent to like do that to a company.
I mean, I did a large part of what I want to talk about has to do with comfort, the amount of comfort that Americans have that stops them from taking risks. And I really want to talk to you about that, Trust, because I know you've thought about it a lot.
And also, no, I see you over there. What you got?
I was just going to say, for me, sometimes it's as simple as like, okay, I'm not going to boycott Amazon because the prices have been jacked up at all the grocery stores, and this is the easiest way to get toothpaste cheap. And that's comfort, and that's like where the conversation ends for me and people I know.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, the contradiction there, that's exactly, I think, what I would say. So, we've got these like different nested problems, and I think within that there is, a common thread, and one of them in the American context is this other contradiction, which is people are anxious. They're angry. I keep thinking that one of the most underreported stories of this moment is just how angry people are, and groups of people who have not historically been angry. And that anger being unreported, misunderstood, is part of our challenge in this moment. At the same time, Americans are not nearly as desperately poor or economically vulnerable as we probably would need to be for a mass.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I say, yeah, I'm gonna get out. I'll check you soon.
Okay, well, you know what? As always, informative and great having you up here, sir.
One love. I'm out.
All right, bye.
A social movement to happen, one that certainly would question the basis of American political life or American capitalism or what have you. And so people are angry, but their anger doesn't always match their economic desperation. Now, we've got a permanent minority underclass in this country who are always economically distressed, always economically desperate, but that's not who our politics is aimed at, right? I go out to marches, and I just asked this of someone recently who is part of an organizing apparatus for one of the national sort of organizing movements. And I said, yeah, how many poor people do you think are going to show up for your march? And that's the question for me, because if the question is about how much comfort makes it difficult for middle-class people and economically secure people to feel politically agentic and to act, the question is, well, then where are the people who are desperate enough to act?
Right.
And are we speaking to them? Are we organizing with them and for them? That's one of the things that I saw happen in Minnesota, by the way, and that we don't really talk about nearly as much as I think we talk about the spectacle of violence, but the specter of how desperately anxious and afraid people were in their everyday lives broke through in the organizing that happened in Minnesota because of decades, by the way, of them learning how to do that. And that kind of work has to happen. But I don't necessarily see that work in this
touching
moment.
on so many different things. I mean, I think that like our comfort is materially met to such a high degree by the subsidization of things like Amazon. And yet we're so undermet in terms of what government should be providing to its citizens, in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of being protected from corporate malfeasance or from environmental hazards. And to me, maybe part of why we're not fighting against this more has to do with this idea of the American dream, with the idea that like everyone believes I will be the one who will be the exception. I will be the one who strikes it rich. And that keeps people from acting on the anger of something that's actually impossible.
If you ask me, that is the crux of the problem. I think this even goes back to like what is happening with young adults. Young adults are at the forefront of what I call like our mobility promise, right? They're the ones who are showing up with their little coupon. I got a degree, give me my mobility, right? But one of the reasons why I think young people are feeling overwhelmed and maybe
it's a little judgy on my part. Let me, Tropes, I'm sure you've heard me say this before. It is human to judge people by the way they look, especially once you become an adult. There's nothing wrong with judging people, but don't keep it open-ended until you hear what they have to say. You don't have to say the first thing that comes to your mind. You can withhold judgment before you pronounce it and listen to what the person has to say. That's really what I'm trying to say. I don't know how many times, and YouTube is like the perfect example. How many times I've just kind of judged someone by, what they said to a certain extent, but how they look or something like that. And then like 2 weeks later, I'm like, well, this motherfucker is super wise. Wale and I, it was like, what are you, a goddamn hippie? And over the year or so or more that I've known him, dude, I don't even fuck with him. It's like if I disagree with what you're saying, I may do a gentle pushback, but he's going to get to say what he wants to say on my panel because too many times he's right. Like a parent, I didn't know that shit. I thought my parents were like, what the hell are you talking about? A lot of it, I don't know how many times, when my son was growing up, I'm like, okay, now I understand. And I used to call my mother or my father or both sometimes and like, yeah, let me remind you, remember when you said, well, I just found out you're absolutely right. And it's okay to be young. It's okay to be wrong, but dude, don't act on it. And God forbid, don't say what you're saying in the chat to the person you're thinking that of. And I understand, this person can't hear you, but in a way, it disappoints me. Fine, make the jokes, but listen to what he or she or they are saying. Judge what they're saying, and then let's go to ad hominems. And my ultimate point is, yeah, I'm real good for a joke. I'm real good for an ad hominem. But when you hear me go into an ad hominem, it's because I've lost confidence that that person even has a brain. Like, I'll go instantly into what CM has to say. Sometimes I'll listen to him, but dude, he just doesn't know enough. He feels bad about a lot of things, and it's not my problem. And this is the other thing, and I think John Galt, CM, all these hood conservative, let me tell you what these motherfuckers cannot get. I don't give a fuck about, let's all get together and be like the Jews. Let's all get together and be like the Asians. Why would I want to fucking band together with John Galt or hood conservative? Why the fuck would I want to do that? No, they are the most racist, but the most pro-black at the same time. They want everyone to. I've heard John Galt say, well, black people need to move back to the hood. And my question was, well, what if you're not from the hood? Because I'm not from the goddamn hood. Why would I go live someplace I've never? Why would I do that? What's the incentive? John Galt's a fucking idiot. He's so racist, he can't use critical thinking on his own racist arguments. And ad hominems are I don't even bother trying to understand his point. Or hood conservative, I go instantly into ad hominems because I don't respect their intellect. I literally will not give them the benefit of the doubt because they've had years of it. Be brave. I don't respect his intellect. I just go directly in ad hominems because I know he has nothing worth me hearing to take seriously. And there are many in this YouTube sphere. Fuck it. See him? Now, you have a little bit of leverage because you're a little bit younger, but motherfucker, 9 times out of 10, you might have that 1/10, that one time out of 10. But motherfucker, I don't think you have anything to offer me. And stop asking for my sympathy. Dude, I got nothing for you. I don't want to join channels. Nitish is another one. What kind of coalition could I possibly have with Nitish? Now, maybe, he's a good salesman. Maybe there's something he can offer, but why? I don't want to be a hamp or Trey the truth teller. Fuck all that. What I need to do is figure out how to get Speak Radio to fucking be what did Nitish call it? My personal assistant or some bullshit. Let's get Speak Radio to do it. He seems to get me better than Nitish does. And Speak Radio has a job and he's young. Why the hell? But anyway, enough of this dumbass monologue.
Their lives are certainly disaffected in the political economic system is because they're the ones standing there going, this was the deal, right? That's that infrastructure of mobility. The reality is, though, that infrastructure of mobility is collapsing for all of us. That to a certain extent, yes, our material needs are met, but there is a loss of the sense that it will get better. If not for us, then with our children. That the American dream that we talk about, the suburban house, maybe a car, these days, maybe more of a bike, but and that your kids will go to a good school, that there will be a good job, you'll have healthcare and benefits and dignified work. I think we forget how that in and of itself was an historical anomaly for the United States of America. And we forget it because we were encouraged to forget it, that everything is always going to get better. One of the reasons why I think that we are experiencing this sort of political paralysis right now is because there's nothing to appeal to.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now I show up and I go, can I get my coupon to, I don't know, train a LLM, right? That doesn't have the same gusto for vision and a collective future that the American dream had. And no one's giving us a new one.
I hate to say this, not that he is an example of the American dream, but I sometimes wonder for people on the right, and I've heard this from people on the right before, like this is why they like Donald Trump in this moment, right? Like it feels like the American dream has been lost. And here is this man who, through any means necessary, whether fair or otherwise, got himself to the top and lives lavishly. And I think that they find that an admirable quality in him, even when it's not fair. Like he did it. He achieved that dream.
It's
and now
at
he's
least
the president.
aspirational. Yeah, I will agree with you. There's a sense that, he got a little lucky, but that, yes, he had been willing to sort of scratch and claw his way to the top. And that at least feels aspirational. I'm going to be fair with you.
Let me bring up a news alert that I just got. This is literally excuse me, I'm sorry. Let me just took a sip of water. This is, you're hearing it here first, folks. This is the beginning of the end of MAGA. At least, many people have said it. I could be wrong. But So the House of Representatives 215 to 208 for the first time passes resolution to halt military action against Iran in rebuke of Trump's war. This will probably pass the Senate. First time Congress has had a goddamn set of balls. This is some little boy, some little MAGA boy taking his finger out of the hole in the American wall. Mark my words, folks. It's not going to get better for Trump. These next 2 years are going to be rocky. So let me add this to the show notes. And I think it's a little late for Congress to show that it actually has power, is Article 1. But I'm not going to even say better late than never. Let's see how it works out. Now Trump is going to have to primary all the goddamn Republicans. They're tired of his bullshit. All right. And we're not going to watch much more of this because I am kind of ready to move on. We get the gist.
My own politics are on the other side, but I don't know too many people on my side who have an equally aspirational vision of the future. And I certainly don't know too many people doing a good job of selling that aspirational vision to people.
There's something I really want to talk about that we haven't touched on yet, which is what would happen if we allowed ourselves to mourn the American dream? What would happen if we thought about what's happening in our politics now from the left through the lens of grief? One of the producers for this show has been writing beautifully about grief since her father died in the past year. And a friend of hers reached out saying, I really want to talk to you about grief. But when they got together to talk, the grief that her friend wanted to talk about was the grief about a country. And I think that grieving the future that you thought you would see in a country is a really important step for us to be able to take. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
I strongly agree. I think so much actually of our long political hangover in the sort of political nihilism that developed was a direct response to how poorly we responded to the need for collective grief during and after the onset of COVID and COVID shutdowns. We did not create a cultural space for us to mourn everything that was lost during COVID, and not just the massive amount of death and sickness and our own vulnerability, but we really did lose a sense of opportunity, of progress, of social progress. And because we did not deal with that, I think a lot of us were able to be peeled off by a politics of nihilism or nostalgic nihilism, which I would say Donald Trump is very good at selling, because it is not so much that he is going to make America great again. It is that he will do whatever is necessary to falsely inflate the sense that we once again have a 1950s economy, even though it is not real in any material sense, right?
Yeah, that's so beautifully said. I mean, I think I'm curious how you feel, Brock, about grief. Is grief something that young people talk about when they talk about their future?
I don't think so. Again, I feel like it's so much more. I think young people are so kind of black-pilled and so nihilistic in a way that, yeah, there's almost no time for emotions. It's like almost things just have to get done now. It's really every man for himself, I think.
I wonder if you can speak a little bit more about the actual political utility of grief and what might exist on the other side.
Well, grief, if we think about it like at the individual level, for any of us who have ever experienced a sort of profound loss, you are changed after it. There's no going back, right? You lose your parents, you have lost them. You are a new person after they die, right? I think that is similar for what kind of needs to happen collectively. I think part of the reason why we would struggle with coming up with a vision, a hopeful vision of the future that doesn't reproduce the contradictions of the past, is that we have not grieved that we're going to have to be something different. Does not mean we will be worse off, right? But it is going to be different. You are different after grief. We are different after COVID, right? We are different after a 9/11. There is a before and an after when that kind of cultural rupture happens. And if you do not name it, the same thing that happens when you try to ignore the fact that you've had a tremendous loss in your personal life happens. It spills over into everything. Right. So the challenge, I think, in our moment is that if you don't deal with the grief, there actually isn't much positive that you can say about the future, because you'll still be talking about a past that has really already gone.
In the 5 stages of grief, the final one is acceptance, but I think there's someone else who added a 6th one, which is meaning, which is taking the meaning of what was lost and allowing it to change you. And I'm wondering if there's a way to use that framework to think about how we also integrate optimism for the future.
This is going to make me sound like a boomer, but I feel like so much of young people's, again, going back to this nihilism, it's not just politics. It's like everything it's not just their careers. They also can't date. You know, they're not having sex. They're not having fun. Like, it all feels awful. And as boomerish as this sounds, like, I do feel like it's about getting off your phone and into your community. Like, it is the encroachment of tech also that has ruined all of this about their lives. And just by getting out and talking to people, and maybe that's a part of the grief process, like actually having conversations with people that you know in real life, like, then you can start to gin up a positive vision for the future, even if you still feel a little helpless.
I mean, I think that's very true. You can't grieve alone, and you have to be able to spend time with your friends, create art, do things you feel are meaningful, maybe even go to protests and dance in the street, even if you don't think it's going to do anything.
Get a hobby, have sex, drink.
I feel so weird saying it because I agree, and I tell people all the time I have not like publicly responded to this idea of like how worried we are that young people are not having sex and not drinking anymore, and I do it because you sound weird when you're old and you're like worried about young people's sex lives. But I do think it is an indication of like this larger thing, which is really, we distill it to these behaviors, but what we're really talking about is a profound structural loneliness, an atomization of the self. I say to people, if young people were drinking less, but doing something else more, I wouldn't care. But I think that what has happened is that they're drinking less, but also going out less, but also socializing less, also relating less. And I actually don't think that putting the phones away is a small thing. Increasingly, when we talk about tech today, we act like, it's just the internet, it's just a phone. If you haven't noticed, technology is your government right now. And so it is not a small thing. I actually think that putting away the phone could be easily as disruptive as one of those economic boycotts we are talking about, because this not only disrupts something, but it creates a space for some new things to happen.
Yeah. And if young people are the future, to engage in a cliche, then where are they taking us? Like, is it these young people who are moving away from both political parties, is that going to maybe move us more towards ranked choice voting, the end of the Electoral College, the end of the 2-party system, some other form of change that we can't yet conceive of? Do we first have to get young people to put down their phones? Do we have to get all of ourselves to put down our phones before we can have any kind of change?
I would also like to get my mother to put down her phone. So before we get into a generational warfare, I think we all need to put down the phones, to be fair.
I don't know. I sometimes worry that it's only going to get worse, because I think what the generation who's kind of entering into the marketplace now, people who are just a few years younger than them, I think they feel that isolation more deeply. I feel like their politics are also slightly more conservative. Like, I think the Gen Alpha will only make all of this more complicated.
Yeah. The thing about not dealing with the reality of the world that's in front of us, which is what so much of politics is inviting us to do right now, is that it does tend to make people crave conservatism more, because what you really want is you want certainty and you want security. And I think one of the mistakes of not articulating a hopeful vision for the hopeful, pragmatic vision of the future is that we are ceding ground on your safety and security, that the only way for you to be safe and secure is to retreat into a politics of conservatism, small c conservatism, right? Which is, okay, if I can't date anymore because swiping has killed romantic love, I can at least live in a socially conservative structure that will, sort of prod us into marriage, right? Or I may feel alone, but at least this thing will sort of like socially shame all of us into going to church, right? It will give me something bigger than myself to sort of force us out of our isolation. There is, however, another path. People are living it every day. It is what got us excited about Minnesota. It's what has us excited about Mamdani. There is something that is just as hopeful, that is just as pro-human as conservatism offers you, that does that without building it on other people being excised from the future. Yeah. The problem we have is that we do not sell it that way, because I fundamentally believe we don't believe in it enough that way. We have to believe that something is better and possible and that we are building it. We do have something better than a small c conservative politics to offer people. There is a future where the government can work for you as surely as a mega church works for you. And we can do that. And it's not necessarily hard, but it isn't easy either.
Beautiful. Tressie, Brock, thank you so much for talking about this with me today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me.
I think we solved everything.
Oh, God.
Yeah. That was the promise at the beginning of this. We would solve everything.
All right. Well, let us move on. Let's see. Actually, what is next here? So this is Shamika Michelle talking about young people as well. And
joining me now is author.
I have no clue what she's gonna say, but it's gonna be probably something I disagree with, because I don't think she's that well. I'm gonna reserve judgment. So I see CM and Ponder have moved on. Oh boy, her daddy Ponder. They're what the fuck am I even talking about, CM? God damn it. Now I need to stick to my agenda, which is this. Teen takeovers are destroying black teens, but not white teens, just black teens. Like the black teens are the only ones doing it. These fucking MAGA blacks are weak as fuck. They don't know how to think.
Hello, head shakers, and happy Monday. Welcome to Shaking My Head with Shamika Michelle. I am your host, Shamika Michelle. And remember when Robin Harris told us about baby kids? Remember how funny we thought it was, because we all knew somebody that reminded us of what he was talking about? Well, it's like Bebe's kids grew up and they had more kids. And it's clear that they are really like roaches. They don't die, they multiply. They're also like gremlins. Don't feed them after midnight. Don't let them get wet. And they can't do bright light. They're multiplying like gremlins, and there's nothing we can do, it seems, about these teen takeovers. Let me take you to Florida for the latest foolishness, because parents do not want to parent anymore. Parents have lost control, and these women, especially these black women who say, I'm the mother and the father, you are messing up in both roles. just want you to look at this. Look at these group of bastards. And I used to say bastards, and it wasn't necessarily true. 9 times out of 10, though, it is now. Look at the tourist or the older person running to catch on to the back of the little golf cart or whatever. Look at the
And I don't know this for an absolute fact, but I don't like baby mamas motherfucking like taking these swipes like they are not baby mamas.
the older white woman ducking behind the cart when it shows that part. Just look at what we're watching. Look at what we are witnessing. Look at them running for cover. Woman ducked behind. This is foolishness. And
Okay, I didn't find her. I keep up with black conservatives. King Picks, did you not know this? I always talk about, and this is why I'm so effective against these fucking MAGA blacks and the Soul Brothers, Thomas Soul Brothers, because I know their arguments better than them. And the way I know their arguments better than them is I watch them on YouTube or read them or, read them in a newspaper or something. I know Shamika Michelle from a podcast called No Bull. Wilfred Riley is kind of the driving force. There's another guy that I've actually talked to. Damn it, I can't remember his name. His last name is Rose. Charles Rose is, I think that's his name. But it's a black conservative podcast that she used to be on. I don't think she's still there anymore. This lady, Shamika Michelle, also is a part of kind of like affiliated with Jason, what's his name? White something or another. Jason, somebody help me out. The former ESPN guy, Jason, there's a Jason Riley, but that's another black conservative freak who writes for the Wall Street Journal. Somebody help me out. Jason something or another. So that's how I know who this woman is, because I keep up with black conservatives, KP. Maybe you should actually try knowing something about what you type in a chat. I tend to know shit. How about you?
And I believe the bastard, the little cockroach right here squaring up, has on yellow Crocs. I'm talking to the parents. I'm talking to Baby. Baby, who just keeps reproducing and then somewhere calling herself a bad bitch or a boss bitch, but she keeps raising this type of foolishness. Summer is just starting. And look at where we are with these teen takeovers that we are seeing across America. We're seeing them across America. They are descending on parks, on malls, on downtown districts, entertainment districts, just completely taking over. And maybe they start with the best intentions. Let me try and be fair. Maybe they start with the best intentions. But so many of them are ending in fights, ending in violence, as we saw in this video, ending with someone pulling out a gun, running as if he's in a video game, as if he is in a movie, just shooting wildly and blindly. They don't die, they multiply. And politicians are acting shocked. Some of them, especially Democrat politicians, are afraid to speak out because who's at these teen takeovers? Is it a bunch of Asian teens? Are they out there just with the woks, making some beef and broccoli or some shrimp fried rice? I don't think so. Is it Hispanic teens? Are they out there just, illegally selling empanadas? I don't think so.
Listen to this racist bitch. No, they're just in gangs, fucking being gang members. This is the fucking lack of critical thinking, lack of research, the racist bullshit where they just want to concentrate on bringing down black people, the Hispanics. Motherfucker, have you heard of Los Angeles? Silly woman. This is why I can't take people like her seriously. But we got to listen.
It's not a bunch of white teens out here acting like untamed gorillas. It's black.
And by the way, the silly hairdo that she's wearing literally looks like something from Dr. Seuss. Is she like the mayor of Whoville? The fuck is up with this hairstyle, this hairdo? It's very Grinch, the Grinch Who Stole Christmas. That hairstyle is Whoville.
Black teens. And a lot of people don't want to say anything about it because if you say something about black people, especially as a black person, you're wrong. You're a coon. You're a sellout. You're an Uncle Tom. Because don't nobody best not talk about my blacks. Don't nobody best not say we not the best thing since sliced bread. Don't nobody best not say we not a bag of chips with a soda on the side. Us black teens can't do no wrong. Us blacks can't do no wrong. Ain't you heard of black excellence? Ain't you heard? This just a little black boy joy. They's just running out in the street, shooting blindly and wildly. It's just some black boy joy. Y'all hate to see black kids or black people having a good time. This is what we want to hear. But today, I'm going to be a coon. If that's what I have to be, I'm going to be an Uncle Tom. If that's what I have to be, I'm going to be the sellout. I'm going to sell out so much that I'm getting ready to tell you to go ahead and drop a super chat. Go ahead and buy a little sticker if you're on Facebook. Hit my PayPal because I'm getting ready to sell out real hard because I am sick of seeing this foolishness. I want to know, where are the parents? Where were the parents in Clearwater Beach, Florida, where a 17-year-old was shot? Where y'all at? Where you at? Where you at? Where are y'all?
A singing coon at that.
parents, all of you strong, power to the people, Black power, right fist up, where are you? Because your kids are wreaking havoc all across the nation. There were hundreds of teenagers gathered near Pier 60 in Clearwater Beach, Florida. Multiple fights broke out. Police had to detain several individuals. And I need to make it clear, I'm not saying teens can never hang out. I'm not saying teens can never have fun, but it's a problem when they come together and now people around them are scared. They are intimidated because they understand they lack conflict resolution skills. They understand that many times they are a bunch of untamed gorillas just running wild. And I know y'all don't like this type of talk. And I'm just some old, outdated, out of touch Black woman who don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm walking in this authority because I have raised 3 biological, 2 fosters that lived with me, and countless of other teens that I mentor who did not find themselves at teen takeovers. My little cousin who lived with me went on to the military, and he is not involved or was never involved in a teen takeover. Was never out here wreaking havoc in the streets. My girls would never be involved in a teen takeover.
You know, this is so high school level that I'm going to have to critique it. What is it? Some appeal to authority, some bullshit fallacy. Your experience is not definitive. Just because it never happened to you, silly woman, you're not a universal. This is literally the typical MAGA Black. It never happened to me. Why did it happen to you? Dude, low level, low intellect, inexperienced, not good at English, never read a book in her fucking life. Read some Aristotle, woman.
Even today, being grown, I feel like I have enough authority and they respect me enough that if they were gathering and I thought, this isn't going to turn out right, they would hear me and listen to me and heed my instructions. I want to know where the parents are. Because in that video, I saw people running for cover. Looked like tourists, just out trying to enjoy life. But this is the type of foolishness that teenagers are out doing in public places when people are supposed to be enjoying themselves. I'm going to show you another video. I want you to see exactly what I'm talking about and understand why I'm so irritated today on this beautiful Monday. Why I'm so upset that people keep losing their lives because parents don't want to parent. It's like it's too much to ask. Nobody is having to beg you. We're not having to beg you to have unprotected sex. But it's like we have to beg you to be parents. Oh my God.
I mean, you think we should be going now? Yeah. ขอแบบให้กระจายออกแล้วมึงเลือกให้เขาไปแล้วมึงให้เขาไปไหนอ่ะ
That was like somebody that does sales behind the counter, behind the camera. Just looking at the movie. Just looking at the movie. And it doesn't look good. But yet, I'm a coon. I'm an Uncle Tom. I'm a sellout just for saying something. This is a problem. And this isn't about, let's keep our business in the house. Because at this point, everybody sees it. At this point, it's all over social media. At this point, we can't hide it. At this point, it's not about keeping this business in the home. What happens in the house stays in the house. What happens in the Black community stays in the Black community. Don't say that in front of them white folks. Look at who's looking at your videos. Look at who's giving you your likes and your comments. Don't say that in front of these white folks. The white folks can see it. It was a white folk squatting behind the golf cart and then trying to run to catch up when they were trying to get away to safety. They can see it. And this wasn't a spontaneous crowd. This wasn't, we just all happened to end up in the same place.
You know, this motherfucking Gone with the Wind, Butterfly McQueen bullshit. She has got to have a better sense of self. Okay, even if the point about the white folk, do you really have to act like, I think it was Butterfly McQueen with the sing-song voice and the little happy face and the hands? Dude, she is an embarrassment, to be honest. She's got to do better. Jason Whitlock, that's his name that she's associated with. He's got to give her a better sense of screen presence. It's unimpressive. In your message, it's dubious. But dude, just deliver the message without the theatrics, dear. This ain't a church play.
This is being organized. By whom? I don't know. Is this some big conspiracy theory? I don't know. Is somebody behind this? Is this a plot? Because you know how we like to say, well, Black people didn't drop guns in their own community. Black people didn't drop drugs in their own community. It was planned. It was done. But I know what you did do. Nobody held a gun to your head to smoke crack. Nobody held a gun to your head to get the guns that were dropped in the community to use them on each other. So maybe this is some big plot and plan. But I'm asking the parents to stand up and actually be parents. Because these are organized. People are traveling there expecting a large gathering. They're sharing this information online. And I need to know, how many times do we have to allow this to happen before we start saying we need to stop this? We need to nip it in the bud. I'm tired of seeing the videos online. Parents, boss bees, I need you to be a boss in your own home. I need you to be a boss in your own home. Y'all know how you love saying, my body, my choice. I need y'all to start making a different choice. And I'm not talking about after the baby has been conceived. I'm talking about when you lay down with every Tyrone and little fat draws and have a baby, I need y'all to start making the decisions then, a different choice. My vagina is closed to little fat draws. My vagina is not open to Ray Ray and Pookie. I already know what the outcome is. Many times, Lil Ray Ray and Pookie already got 3, 4, 5 kids by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 baby mamas. I'm going to go back and grab some traditional values and get with someone who actually wants to be a parent. And we're not going to reproduce unless I think they want to be a parent. And if for some reason it falls apart, I'm shocked. Oh my God. Because I made every effort for this not to be the outcome. So I'm shocked. When are we going to start making different choices? My body, my choice. When are y'all going to start making different choices? I'm not talking about having 2, 3, 4 abortions because you lack sexual discipline. I'm talking about making the choice before the baby is ever conceived. Because contrary to popular opinion, Black women, you cannot be the mother and the father. You can't. Contrary to popular opinion, you may have more degrees than Black men, but you're not showing yourself as smart. Ugh, I know that hurts. I know we don't like it. But the truth shall make us free. Y'all.
You know, I honestly don't, as a Black man, I don't like seeing someone as unaccomplished as she is talking this way about other Black men, Black women who have actually gone out and worked hard. Shamika Michelle has not worked hard. She may be working hard now, but see, there is no better convert. Well, there's no better zealot than a convert. I've seen Catholic converts that were more Catholic than the cradle Catholics. I've seen smokers who stopped smoking, and all they talk about when they see someone else smoke is, just being a zealot. She has not always been the religious zealot she's being right now. I find it so goddamn hypocritical and unattractive. She is a turnoff when she starts talking about other Black women. She has always been a turnoff, and I've known about her for probably 5 years or so. I know her from Wilfred Riley's No Bull podcast. She's such a fucking turnoff. She wants to put on all this virtue. No. Tell us about how you actually started out. And she's got a whole podcast or a whole YouTube channel. You could probably go back and watch the earlier shows. I'm sure she's probably put out some biographical information, but knowing what I know, she's just not she's the wrong messenger for this sort of stuff. And that preachy, she reminds me in an odd way of It's My Time, the female preacher vibe. No, motherfucker. Don't even start that bullshit with me. Stay in your lane. when I go to your church, you can preach for me. Outside of the church, don't fucking pull that pulpit demeanor. It's unattractive.
All cannot be the mother and the father. And if you are even attempting, I'm here to tell you, you are doing a terrible job. Last week, as I was telling y'all on Friday, on Thursday, I attended the funeral of a community activist who was shot inside of her home.
And by the way, it is so unattractive when people don't know that there's a T at the end of activist. It's not that hard to say, ma'am. Activists. No, not working for me, ma'am.
By these little roaches that are popping up all over the place that we just cannot get rid of because they don't die, they multiply. These little gremlins taking over cities across America. We're feeding them after midnight. We are allowing them to see the light of day because we're having poor choices prior to conception. Not every large gathering is a problem. I'm not saying that. Not every group of teenagers are dangerous. Not every teen is just waiting to do something stupid. But we can see this is a problem. And true freedom is not making everybody else's life miserable. I know a lot of y'all, well, we free. We free, we get to do what we want. It's not for you to make other people's lives miserable. Other people can't go out and enjoy themselves. Property getting damaged. Y'all don't even own stuff. And just out here damaging other people's property. You don't have freedom to make somebody else's life miserable. And you get mad when you see stuff or you see posts or instances where people don't want to share their space with you. This is why. So as y'all keep hollering, we need to go back to segregation. It's a lot of people that's like, yeah, let's do it. And then there are people like myself who are Black that say, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare segregate with these animals. Parents, you're doing a terrible job. And I know people, don't call the kids animals. Don't say that. You're sounding like a white supremacist in blackface. This is a problem and we need to address it. Social media has become the new gang whistle. They're putting flyers out or telling a friend who tells another friend who tells another friend. And they're ready to perform for the internet. We're going to come together and, we're going to eventually go viral. We have a problem. We have a problem because guess what? When they come together and they act this way, TikTok rewards that type of behavior. When they come together and they act like this, Instagram is rewarding this. Instagram is giving them all the attention they need. And they are eating it up. Going viral, doing some sort of foolishness is social currency now. Embarrassment no longer discourages bad behavior. We don't care about being embarrassed. We don't care about being ashamed. It no longer discourages bad behavior. I remember when I was young, I did not want to bring shame to my mother, to my grandmother, to my uncles, to my grandfather, to my neighbors. I didn't want to bring shame. Do you remember how it felt even when you stepped out of line just a little bit and an adult had to correct you? It wasn't a good feeling. Now, these modern teens, they don't give a damn.
You know what? I think we get the message. I'm bored, frankly. So I think I'm gonna wrap this bitch up. Probably go over to CM's. Y'all go over there. See what his beef is. Let's see. You can say what you want, but I'm sure this woman isn't entertaining YNs like many women. It's just a joke, King Picks. Why do you think I care? And why do you care so much to continue this non-argument? Who gives a fuck what she does? She is cute, I'll give you that, but she couldn't be mine. Now, I'm guessing she's probably more normal off of her show, but that shit will flare up and we will just, yeah, she's cute. I would definitely say, hey, but she would have to like me more than I like her for me to give her any attention. She's not my type. I like women who can think. And I'm not going to church with her. So there's that. So folks, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out. What can I say? I enjoyed it, but I'm getting hungry and tired. Everyone, please make sure that well, if you're new to the show, please make sure you subscribe to this mess, bless this mess with your subscription. Stay if you like it. Don't stay if you decide it's not for you. It's no big deal. Support the show by supporting the host. I'll drop this one last time. If you're hearing this on a replay, feel free to comment. Most of these links, if not all of them, are in the show notes. Feel free to follow up, follow your dreams with anything you want to explore on your own. And yeah, shit, talk to me about, if you disagree with something I said. That would be nice. Let's see here. Got one more thing I'm going to drop before I get out of here. And I am going to go listen to CM, his fucking ghetto bullshit, because I enjoy hearing the ghetto perspective, because I didn't grow up with that shit. And most black people didn't grow up with it either. But hey, it takes CMs of the world to know what you disagree with. And there is no CM's not a cool black man, by the way. This ghetto cool bullshit, that is a white construct. So here we go. That is how to support the show. Unless anyone has anything to say, I think this show is a wrap. See y'all over on Stanley Will Feel Like 30 again. What the fuck are you talking about? She's not your type. No, she's actually not. She's pretty enough. Phenotypically she is, but we think differently. She would have you singing like an anchor, a choir boy. She would have to be a lot different than she is on her show. And I'll never meet her, but who knows? I'll never say never. She is not unattractive. She's just not, our aesthetics are different. the way our worldviews are different, and that's fair. That's fine. Not a big deal. So, folks, see you tomorrow. I'm still trying to get back to 3:30, but yeah, 4:30 seems to be the best I can do these days. Lots of stuff to do with the housework and all that bullshit. So, see y'all tomorrow. See you over on CM's. There will be abuse of CM because I don't think he's that bright. Tell him I said so, but also tell him that he said Stanley said, "Hey, y'all head over to CM to watch the abuse." Make sure you say that specifically. See you later, Brian.